I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the February 11th City Council meeting. First, I'd like to start with the roll call. I would like to introduce the City Council members and City staff. To our far left is our City Manager, Bill McClure. Sitting next to him is our City Manager. I said that wrong. Our City Attorney, Bill McClure. Sitting next to him is our City Manager, Starla Jerome Robinson. To my left is our Vice Mayor, Drew Combs. To my immediate right is our Council Member, Betsy Nash. To her right is Council Member Ray Mueller. And off the dais is Judy Herron. And on the phone is Council Member Kat Carlton. And first we will be doing the Pledge of Allegiance. First item on our agenda is the study session to receive direction on interim service level during construction of the Belhaven Community Center. And presenting tonight will be our Deputy City Manager, Justin Murphy, and our Finance and Budget Manager, Dan Jacobson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As you'll notice, Justin is not available here with me. He is available to answer questions. Just by way of why your finance manager is talking about interim service levels for community services, my contribution to the team has been as a facilitator and coordinator for the transitional services. It is an enormous undertaking, and this is a way that I can help contribute to that. So while I am not the subject matter expert for this, I will be talking more to the process that we've taken to this point, and our subject matter experts are available to answer any questions you have. So a relatively short agenda today. Just quickly want to walk through some of the steps that have led to this discussion, provide some of the context for the work that's been done to this point, foreshadow some of the upcoming steps, and most importantly, answer any questions you have and receive your direction on how to proceed going forward. So the community and City Council has spent a lot of time considering this offer from Facebook lately, so we don't want to rehash that entire discussion, but for purposes of this discussion, we'd like to highlight what that means for the work that we've done, particularly the fact that the city is responsible for several items by accepting the offer. And so we want to provide context for how we considered those and the constraints that we feel that they added. So one of the things that we'll talk about is the assumptions that we use to frame our discussion. And starting with that, the first is that the services, the transitional services to be offered must start before construction and extend past the end of construction. So given a site preparation of potentially up to 6 months, depending on where the transitional services go, what this functionally means is that a decision needs to be made in the spring of 2020 in order to allow for a January 2021 start date for construction. An additional component to that is that we assume that the site will be unavailable, so all of the locations that will be replaced by the new community center will be unavailable for an approximately 2-year period. That's trying to be slightly conservative, and so those interim services need to be offered for approximately 24 months. Second assumption is that given that these services, the current services are all essentially co-located, that would be the preference for interim services. That is the lens that we've been looking at, but again, that is something that we can take direction from if we need redirection there. And then finally, that the interim service levels will drive the cost of providing that. So the marginal cost added by having interim services in a different location will be determined by the level of services provided. So that is primarily where we're looking for direction tonight. But just as what we have been thinking about, some of the things are there are options for potentially filling a vacant lot with portable units, portable modular units, or potentially renting space in the neighborhood. But given the wide range of services that could be available, we're really just trying to get a ballpark and understand your priorities for the interim services. So one of the first major steps that staff took as we approached this project was to do an inventory of what services were being offered now at the locations that would be under construction starting in January 2021. So we'll first take a look at the Menlo Park Senior Center. So this is one of the locations that would be displaced, and just by note of this, I'll show a fairly extensive list for each of the locations, but they will be consolidated a little bit later. So if you would like, we can stop and talk about the services here, but I really just want to present them as an example of the inventory that we took. So one of the major ones that's offered at the Menlo Park Senior Center is the Senior Nutrition Program, so that is daily lunches provided. Others are recreation classes, so these range from kind of art to more active ones. And transportation, and then just another long list of things offered at this location. Moving on to the Onetta Harris Community Center, this location offers a number of multi-purpose spaces. So these are used for things such as recreation classes, gym and fitness areas, drop-in and rented, and a number of other services provided here. Third on the list is the Bellhaven Youth Center. So here there's licensed childcare, after-school programs, K through 5. Transportation is one of the major services here, and then some other discrete programming options. And then finally on the list of locations that would be displaced during construction is the Bellhaven Pool. So this is a recreational year-round lap and other aquatics programming option. Several different types of facilities here, but would need to be vacant during construction. So after considering which services were currently offered and which locations would be affected, the staff team put together a framework for considering how to approach these services, and particularly which ones were most critical. We expressed this by way of a 3-tier system, so that allowed a little bit of differentiation without having an extreme number of options to consider. And so at the top of the list were the most critical services categorized as Tier 1. These are typically tied to the vulnerability of the population and the impact that a loss of the service would have on that population. An example of this would be the Senior Nutrition Program, given that it is a vulnerable population and they would be substantially affected by not providing that. The next tier is those that were not critical, but which could continue if there were an appropriate space. So activities in this tier do not necessarily need space tailored to them, and there may be alternatives available within the neighborhood. So an example of these would be some special events, as these can take place in a variety of settings. And then the final tier that we looked at was comprised of those programs that are not critical and whose requirements may make temporary services prohibitive. Activities in this tier either have unique traits to them, or temporary alternatives don't make sense, as there would be no value added to the users by having the city procure them. So this would be cases such as the pool, as there is really no reasonable temporary alternative for a pool. So after making the preliminary identification of which ones were most important, the team looked at potential service levels. So these are similar, but they don't have a one-to-one match exactly. Services that are proposed to remain at the same level would provide substantially the same benefit to the users, just in a different location. Those at a reduced level would provide some portion, but not all, such as a reduced range of services. Outsourced services would remain available to the community, but wouldn't be provided by the city as the provider organization. And then finally, the suspended services would not be offered during the interim period, again, because of space requirements being prohibitive or because of no value added to the user by having the city provide them during the interim. So essentially putting all these two factors together with that list of the services that are currently provided, we ended up with this list of recommended interim service levels. This is really where we're asking for the most direction tonight from City Council. So we We would like to identify any services which need additional investigation, where the planned service level needs to be increased or decreased. We can return to this slide, and probably there will be questions related to the subject matter experts, but I do want to just briefly cover an idea of what's next before returning to this. So in terms of the next steps, on February 25th, we will be returning to City Council with a recommendation. We'll incorporate any of the feedback that you provide us tonight. We will be asking for a formal action at that point, and then in order to provide interim services, and as a component of that, given the cost of interim services, we will also be asking for an increase in the city manager's purchasing authority, just related to interim services, in order to take out any negotiations that go with that, and we'll address that in a point in just a moment as well. Just by way of the timeline and the lead time necessary to provide these services, the idea would be that the location for interim services would be identified during the next month or so. And again, given a 6-month lead time, that would allow services to transition in the fall of this year and be available during construction starting in January of next year. So the specific points that we are looking for direction from the council are, one, again, to identify any services whose interim level is either too high or too low. On the list that was provided by staff, if there are items that need to be increased or decreased, that's direction we are requesting at this point. If there is a desire by council to provide additional transportation, this has not been heavily investigated, but is another service that has a substantial lead time. So if the city council desires to add transportation services in any way, whether that is between current location and future location, or some other manner, that is direction we would also like to receive tonight. We would like confirmation that fee levels should remain during the interim services. So staff has been operating under the assumption that the additional cost of providing the interim services would be taken up by the city and would not be borne by the users. So we just want confirmation that the cost recovery levels that are specified by City Council do not apply in the interim, and we just need direction if that's not the case. And finally, overall cost expectations. So there really is a very wide range of possibilities for interim services that's out there, and so we don't have at this point a very clear answer of what the services will cost. It's really an order of magnitude as close as we could give at this point, I would say, and that's really dependent on what direction you give us for which services to provide and at what level. But we do want to understand what the City Council is comfortable with spending on interim services, understanding that it's a non-zero cost. And so to the point that we will be requesting city manager's purchasing authority be increased in order to cover negotiations, this is what that would be. If it turns out that the real costs far outstrip our expectations, we would return to council with additional information as that's available. And so with that, I will return to this list from the previous slide, and I have this available in a couple different ways if you want to see it by tier or by location. And answer any questions, though I will likely defer most of them to the subject matter experts.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Jacobson. Are there any clarifying questions from the council? Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment? Let's take public comment. Our first public comment speaker is Pamela Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, council members Nash, Mueller, Carlton, and staff. My name is Pamela Jones. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I'm getting a little more excited because we're moving forward on this amazing project. And just a reminder that history demonstrates that when you lower services, they have a tendency to be even lower later on. And when we temporarily eliminate services, they never seem to come back. And I actually have some historical information from 2004 when there was substantial reductions over in that area that talks about the cuts and the changes at the Oneida Harris Center. And for me, I think in terms of our seniors particularly are our most valuable commodity. They are our wisdom. They are our link between the past and the present, and we cannot afford to eliminate any services for them. If anything, we need to be doing more. And for those of you that have spent substantial time over at the Senior Center, interacted with them, not talking about just for the festivals, because those are amazing, but just, spend a half a day there and look at the classes they have and know what that does for them as people. And so keep them completely intact. And think in terms of, as you're looking for locations, we have a number of fairly large churches in the area in which, what an amazing partnership that would be if we were renting spaces from churches that have their buildings empty during the day. It would help them income-wise, and it would provide a place for our seniors that's close to home. And the main thing that I just want to leave you with is to spend some time with those seniors. Had we have sent a bus over there tonight, I think we probably would have had 15 or 20 seniors. If you go to the daytime meetings, you'll notice that they were there en masse. They're organized because they're having conversations during the day. So let's make sure that we build them up, that we take care of them in a way so that they truly understand all of the steps that are being taken, and that they are constantly reassured that they will lose nothing, that they will gain a greatness in the quality of the building and the services that they're going to have there, including their own dedicated kitchen. And I had to throw that in there because they've talked about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Shanson.
Hello. Thank you very much. I want to echo everything that the previous speaker said, and I want to add a couple things. The people who use the game room are interacting in a way that they wouldn't if they were sitting eating with other folks. There's something really special about the way that playing billiards doesn't require you to be able to speak someone else's language. And it is a real important spot that gives the men who go to the senior center a place to hang out where they're free of women, which you guys, right? Like, there's not a lot of places where you can have space to meet with your peers. I sent, Anielka Perez and I sent a letter. I just wanted to underline everything we put in that letter. And also, as Pam mentioned, sending people over to listen and dispel fears and quell fears of the seniors is really important. And that person can't just swoop in. There has to be some sort of regular presence in order to build trust. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's our last public speaker. So we'll bring it back to the dais. Are there any questions, comments, concerns? Councilmember Carlton, did you have anything that you wanted to ask or add?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nash.
I actually have a question for Adrian, if possible.
I hope it's an easy one.
Hi, thanks. Yes. It's just, so one of my concerns is the students and the younger people. Obviously, to me, the seniors are very important, but I'm also concerned that we make sure that we keep the younger people who are after school and all engaged, and that the city remains committed to them. And I'm just wondering how much the gym is utilized and what, if you
So
can provide any insight.
The gym is utilized during the day. It's actually mostly, sometimes we have Beechwood students using it, but it's mostly employees from Facebook and other drop-in folks. In the evenings, there are a number of youth who use it, but more importantly, we're kind of thinking along the same lines as you, as we've, this isn't a complete list, but along with seniors, the youth center, the after-school program, is also listed as a top priority, because I feel like where we felt like for families of working parents and they need care after school, it's definitely a vulnerable population who will need to have a continued, without any breaks type of service.
So this is covering
yes,
that need.
so
Thank
we
you
were
so much.
definitely on the same page as you. Thanks.
Perfect.
So I have a question. So the youth services are the only services that are not on this list that are provided?
Let me flip over to, I
to
have
switch my
presented
screen.
in a couple different ways. So the youth ones are on this one. And the staff report does have the attachment has a list of the current service inventory.
Thank you. This one is easier to read. Staff report is a little small. So I have another question. So I know that we're approaching this from the side of what services that we are going to maintain versus what space we have to use to maintain the service. So we're kind of going it the other way. So which makes it a little difficult to eliminate or have the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 if we don't know where we're going to provide them at the time. So I think that's what makes this a little bit challenging, at least being on the subcommittee and looking at the list originally. A few of the emails that we've received from seniors that are concerned about services, what would it look like if we provided all of the services that the seniors receive today?
It's somewhat difficult to say, and that's why we kind of need the direction today. I don't know that there's necessarily a single location that could handle all of the services available. So that may, going back to the assumption that we would preferably co-locate the services, it may require splitting them up between multiple locations. That may be one way to provide the same level for that entire facility. But really, that I think speaks to the range of possibilities out there, in that it's a very nebulous problem and one that we faced as well. And this was really our attempt to try to constrain it. But if there is the desire to provide all services at the same level, I'm not certain that we can't make that happen, but that is the direction that we would need to investigate.
Okay. Councilmember Mueller?
Can we see the next step slide again? When is it that we're going to actually see the budget in the final time period for approval?
So we would anticipate that in the next month or two, given that we would need the direction to find and source all of these, and then do any negotiations necessary to do so, given that, again, there are a range of possibilities for many of these.
All right, so that will be coming back to the council to see what the budget looks like for approval.
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Nash?
Question is the after-school program, I was envisioning that was for younger kids. Is that actually the youth, the high school age youth or so that would be involved there? Or where do I find the youth in using the gym and just staying engaged with the city and activities?
Let's see. So just in the complete document is attachment A to the staff report, and so the building is called the youth center, and that's the after-school program. and that's K through 5. So then, if you're looking for other activities available for youth, then some of those may be going on at the Annetta Harris Community Center. So then it's kind of organized by the physical location. So that would be like recreation classes or...
I'm sorry. I'm looking at attachment A, and I haven't seen any of the youth programs that I think you just mentioned.
Well, if we go to line 22.
After-school program.
After-school program.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, that's K through 5 in the building that's called the Youth Center.
Oh, I was
problem.
looking in the wrong
Yeah.
column. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there's other programs that may be offered in the Annetta Harris Community Center.
Okay, because that's, yes, thank you. That's what I want to make sure that we don't lose those if they're seen to be well used at this point.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, if I can just answer Mrs. Nash's question. So most of the other youth programs that are being provided over at the community center are usually enrichment classes and also potentially drop-in sports programs that are in the gym. So if I'm hearing you correctly, we certainly want to look at prioritizing those programs. Most of the other programs that we reflected in the presentation tonight really surround the youth center and all the activities that happen at the youth center. Of course, we do dance classes and drop-in programs and all types of potentially art programs that are geared towards elementary school youth, because most of what we're referring to is that.
Okay, I'm actually looking for more of the high school age youth is what I was thinking about.
Right. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons why we recently approved a youth commission, youth council that's really going to build our programs for teens. We unfortunately don't do a lot of programming for teens, but we're looking for that opportunity. So right now we're really waiting to jump on that and really start building those programs. Yeah.
So a question: when something is a sort of a tier 3 priority, and it's suspended, I think outside of the sort of things associated with the swimming pool and sort of rental opportunities, does that mean that, like, going forward, if you get direction that, like, this is the right way to proceed, that those things then don't become priorities or are just off the list? They're things that you don't have to worry about anymore. I'm just trying to get a sense of, if I say that, like, generally I'm supportive, which as I sit here, I'm generally supportive of the direction you've provided. But for those things that are community meeting rooms, like priority or tier 3 and are suspended, does that mean that, like, you won't look for opportunities, or does that mean it's just not going to be a priority, but it's still going to be a possibility if you find space that you didn't think that was out there?
I think that's an excellent characterization, is that it would not be the priority space that we would look for, but if it were, something that could be added to another potential space, that's not something we would rule out and say absolutely not, it was a tier 3.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I'll just make my comments quick on that, and that's just, I appreciate what a monumental amount of work this is going to be for professional staff. Where I am is I support the recommendations where they are right now going forward. I am, it's in terms of, what's in the future, we'll look at that, what's in the future in terms of the budget around things. But I know it's just a monumental task to bring that back and get it put together. So I appreciate y'all working on this as hard as you are. That's what I have to say on this one.
Councilmember Nash?
I agree. It looks like an overwhelming task. Having said that, I would love to see, and having heard the comments and read the emails that came to council, I would love to see the senior recreation classes and game room, and if possible, I'm not sure exactly what's involved in the special events, but I see that it's focused on movement and exercise. I think that those, I would love to see those offered not at a reduced level, if at all possible. And I don't know where you've been looking, but I was really intrigued by the idea of possibly using a church for some of this. So I don't know if pool tables, things can be moved, but to the extent that it's possible to try and continue with these services, I think that would be very beneficial. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Carlton, did you have any input?
No, we went through this as part of the subcommittee, and I was impressed with the work that staff and thoughtfulness they had gone through this. It's very difficult when people are used to having services that change, evolve, or put on hold. And I thank staff for their work, and I also thank the people in advance for their patience as we move forward on this and try and make it as successful as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Vice Mayor Combs, did you?
Yeah, I'll just chime in to share my sentiment. I am generally supportive of the direction that staff has laid out here. I mean, I do appreciate that the current baseline is not sustainable during the interim period for a variety of reasons. And so what we need to reflect on is that the outcome of this is going to be something that provides even additional services. I know that there was a public comment of concern about a continued reduction of services or this idea that things that go away temporarily never quite come back. And I do think that that's a valid concern. But I do think we have to focus on the fact that what this is all about is in preparation for a facility that allows us to provide even more services. And so with that in mind, I do, again, appreciate all of the work that has been put into this, and I'm, like I said, overall supportive of the direction of prioritizing which services are provided in the interim period.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. In light of the comments that were in the email on the CCIN, my concern is more about the health and wellness of our seniors. And when they have abrupt change, it affects them, and especially someone that's in their 80s or 90 years old. And I know recently the senior center has lost one of their eldest members. And so I want to see if we can create an opportunity to maintain as many of the services that we can. And I will be willing to help with that, not as a subcommittee member, but just as a community member, because I think it's important. I do believe that the seniors are interested in what can happen with this new facility. It's just getting there that they need support with. I know we've had community members that have gone to the senior center to talk to them about it because a lot of the seniors didn't understand what this process was about. They felt that it was going to happen so fast that they wouldn't have any input, which isn't true. So definitely providing some reassurance. I appreciate what has been done, and I am hopeful at what more we can do, and that's not to put more pressure on our staff, because I've been talking to people, the churches, about space, because I know this is really about space. And the other piece I think you had on here as far as confirmed fee levels during interim. And so to make sure that we keep it as it is and not looking for a cost recovery. And then as far as confirmed overall cost expectations, that until I see dollars, I have no idea what input to offer there. But I would just like to see if we could do a little bit more, because I am concerned about the seniors, about their well-being. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I'll just make a suggestion. So it was a while back, but I remember last year when this project first came forward that there was interest from the nonprofit Avenidas in Palo Alto to go ahead and provide services to our seniors. They have a robust program there. The question would be how you get our seniors there. but I know that there is interest there. So it may be that we can look at whether or not the shuttle service can have something going there, and that would probably be a more professional environment than just picking a church and trying to do something ad hoc there. So, but I do recall them being very interested in that, and they have quite a bit of nonprofit funding, so there might be something we can work out with them.
And I'm also wondering, thank you for bringing that up, if Little House is an option, since it's in Menlo Park. I think Avenidas is in Palo Alto. And also, I would like to see shuttle service, depending on what will happen. It'll definitely be needed for the youth, but considering what will happen with the pool, to be able to have maybe an activity shuttle that includes all the services, library, also youth services, Little House. But thank you. So did we provide you enough direction? Yes. Councilmember Nash?
Mayor Taylor just mentioned the library. I assume that that's continuing in its current state without any changes?
Yeah, that's correct. We don't anticipate any changes. In fact, we're looking to see how the current library services that there can complement some of the other transitional services that we're looking on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. All right, so we are at... Okay, we are moving to our regular session.
Mayor Mueller, or I'm sorry, Mayor Taylor, my apologies. We will have to wait until 7 p.m. to begin our regular meeting.
All right. I guess we will adjourn until 7 o'clock. Welcome back. We are starting our regular session. The first item on the agenda is D, a report from closed session, and at this time we do not have a report out. Our next item is the presentations and proclamations. I want to invite our sister city committee members to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on this committee. And this is Brian on the committee as well. And we want to make a presentation to you today about our work on 2019. And Clay, can you put on the PowerPoint?
Actually, this is the presentation.
Yes.
For the Scouts.
I think, can we do the presentation for the Scouts
sure.
first?
Yes.
Thank you.
We would like to make our appreciate the Scouts for helping when the students from Japan come visit us in last summer, and here they are. They have been very helpful in organizing one of the events to make them feel welcome. Please come join us.
As you're probably aware, to welcome the delegation from Beeson, we put on a barbecue that many of you attended. We needed volunteers. We pressed the Scouts into action, and they were more than willing to help. And we couldn't have done it without them. They helped us cook and set up the tables and basically put the whole thing together. So we appreciate them greatly for that. We wouldn't have been able to do it without them. So the names, excuse me if I mess any of these up, Emmett Avrock, George Carlton Reidenauer, Jana Chow, Brandon Clark, Emily Freeman, Ron Freeman, Raj Ghosh, Jashun Kalra, Max Riaut, Kelvin Rout, Sachin Sandhu, Conrad Schroeder, Kai Shahani, Adam Todd, Alex Waits, and Johnny West.
Good evening, everybody. Really, the reason I came to the Sister City Committee meeting was because I needed to get a merit badge done. The requirement was just go to the meeting, collect information on some subject they were talking about, and it just so happened that same week, Wednesdays are usually when we host our meetings, and it just so happened that week was when the students of Bison came to visit, and so just the timing was super convenient, and we were happy to do it. And we'd do it again. Yeah.
So since we had the Sister City Committee come up already, I will call them back up to do the Sister City Committee member Brian Gilmer to make the presentation. I'm taking it slightly out of order. Initially, it was going to be Finance and Audit coming first.
Thank you. Do we have the PowerPoint presentation? I will try to make this brief. I know your time is very valuable. Thank you. So this is the Sister City Committee mission, update. Just briefly, the Sister City has 7 members, 2 of which are from the council. The other 5 of which are just residents of Menlo Park. Skip through the interesting parts here. So the Sister City Committee has several responsibilities. Develop a mission statement and program plan consisting of projects, exhibits, contacts, and exchanges of all types to foster and promote the objectives of the mission statement. To implement the City Council's approved program plan. To keep the community informed about the Sister Cities program. To advise City Council on Sister City matters. And finally, to perform such other duties as may be assigned to the committee by the City Council. We currently have one sister city, Galway, Ireland, which is near Menlo, Ireland, the namesake of Menlo Park. We have 3 friendship cities, Bizen, Japan, Zheben, Changzhou, China, and Kochi, India. You're probably more familiar with Bizen given that they were just here as a delegation visiting. And with Galway, we have reciprocal mayor visits nearly every year for the last 16 years. Bizen, of course, we have the student exchange where every other year Menlo Park sends students to Japan, and in alternating years, Japan sends a delegation of students to visit us. With China, the mayor visited in 2014, and our mayor went to China in 2015. India, they have a delegation that visits Menlo Park in 2014, and the mayor in 2015 visited the town of Kochi, India. So our activities in 2019. The policy recommendations received City Council approval, maintaining our relationships with our sister cities and friendship cities, the selection criteria that we place on finding new sister cities and friendship cities, and visiting dignitaries and international guest protocol was part of the recommendations that were approved by City Council. We also, of course, had the Beeson visit in August of 2019 that was very successful. We hosted the Sister Cities International Northern California Chapter Conference in November of 2019, which Menlo Park graciously offered facilities for that event. And we've reviewed the current sister cities and friendship city relationships and recommending upgrading of Beeson, which I believe is on the calendar for tonight for you to decide. Recommending it to upgrade it to sister city status from the friendship city. In 2020, we have several things. We have a committee meeting coming up on the 26th. We will have a delegation from Menlo Park go visit Japan, so a number of students to go to Beeson in the summer. We have an active membership with the Sister Cities International, the Northern California chapter, and we'll be reviewing other events for upcoming as part of the next Sister Cities Committee work plan for the city's consideration. Questions?
I just wanted to thank you for your work. I've attended the event, both the Sister City Conference that was here earlier this year, which was very well done by professional staff and Councilmember Carlton. Also appreciate the work that you've done with our sister cities. One thing I am interested in the commission looking at doing is phasing out friendship cities when those relationships go dormant. So there's no need to continue on with a relationship that hasn't matured. And so I would be interested in getting a recommendation for how long a relationship must go dormant to phase it out.
And that's something that we're actually working on. And what's not in this report is we've actually had a lot of interest from other cities that want to become sister cities with Menlo Park. Galway, not Galway, Gibraltar has shown a very strong interest, as have a couple other cities, one in South Korea and one in Mexico. So we'll be looking at those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a public comment. Sudie Tronson.
Thank you, members of the council. I have a quick comment about the Sister City project, and this is based on my information from the 2018 application. This is a worldwide program. I assume that the primary target participants and expected beneficiaries are our youth and our children, and most likely those who in their normal course of life at this stage would not have the opportunity to engage in such exchanges. To the extent that the city provides either resources or support this program, it is critical that it offers it effectively and realistically to all of our youth. The program requires that the applicants pay for their trip. Menlo Park has a socio-economically diverse population. I submit that as is, if that is still the practice, this requirement will more than likely suppress applicants who lack sufficient financial means. And I don't see that being fair from a public agency perspective. We should either drop the requirement or provide funds to support all those children, but who could and want to attend, but for the financial resources, and to do so without the added stigma. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? We will move on.
May I speak?
Oh, yes, Councilmember Carlton.
Thank you. To Ms. Johnson's point, every year we have had scholarship students people who've had their airfare covered by Facebook each year. And out of respect for those students, it was never mentioned which students had their airfare covered. But I was very careful in putting that together to make sure that all the children who wanted to go, regardless of financial situation, were able to do so.
Is that information provided on the website?
No, probably not. As I said, we didn't really point out to the kids which ones were on scholarship and which ones paid, because we didn't want them to have that stigma. But we did let people know that it was available if they wanted to apply for that.
Yes. Mr. Yang, if you could come up to the podium, please. Thank you.
We do encourage all the kids to apply and encourage them to show interest to do so. And when they do, we do not tell them that it's going to be limited by their financial resources. And after they apply, we will make sure that we provide necessary resources if they need so. And like Council Member Carlton said, we want to make sure that the other kids do not know that they are on a scholarship, so they're not being stigmatized by the other kids. So that will be my response to that.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any more questions, we'll move on to the next item, which is F1, Finance and Audit Committee update. To introduce the committee will be Chair Sudie Tronson to make the presentation.
Thank you, Lenka. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I have the pleasure of providing a brief report on the Finance and Audit Committee for what we've been working on and what we plan to work on, at least in the near future. This will be my own first and last presentation since my term runs out in April. So the agenda will include update on the work plan, some information portal update, which I'm very proud and I'm very happy that this staff has been working so diligently and hard on implementing, and they are basically OpenGov and some information on the pensions, our bucket list that we have been creating, and some general recommendations for future. Now, of course, you will see the members of the FAC committee, their current roles, and their term expiration dates. So if anybody is interested, the forms for applications are on the website. So our 2019-20 work plan focus was to research and recommend tools for City Council use in financial decision-making, review public financial documents reporting, and identify opportunities to improve usefulness of information to Council and the general public, and support delivery of easy-to-use, timely, complete, and transparent financial information. So this slide summarizes, and these are also available on the website, the work plan items. So we basically grouped them in three categories. One was to research and recommend the tools. And within that, it was the budget in brief, which has already been implemented and released in December of this 2019. The CAFR report, again, having to do with how do we review that, what recommendations can we provide to the staff and the auditors as they prepare that, so that it's not just data that, the residents in particular can draw useful information. The popular annual financial report, which is now postponed for a limited period of time, so that due to limited resources. Then we had the budget plan, and as part of that, The elements on the website dashboard and investment reports were also critical for us to work on. Capital improvement plan, and I will, in the next slide, I'll show you the status on some of these programs. And again, having to do with how do we, as a city, whether council members, staff, or residents, can get a good understanding of what are all the capital improvement programs, where they stand, how does implementation on one affects the other. And, the ongoing kind of discussions on the pension liability information and how much of it is unfunded at the moment. So this is just a temporary, like a preliminary completion levels and dates for the various items that I just described. We hope to have more details by the April 2020 meeting of the FAC, and I invite members of the public that are interested to attend. One of the things that we'll be reporting in that meeting will be on the capital improvement plan. Last year, the committee made certain recommendations on how to present CIP and related information, and this year we were able to roll that into our work plan so that it's more consistent with what we have in a work plan and make that presentation as a way of recommendation for the council to consider. Now, there was a staff, thank you, Lenka and Dan, organized and held a budget information workshop this past January. It was well attended and received, and it was intended to provide some training and ways that the residents can review the budget documents and be prepared for when the council takes that on, shortly afterwards. And from what we understand, it was well received, and the plan is to, enhance and based on feedback to continue these kind of programs. Now, there's a couple of very interesting projects as part of the communication, and it's not just communication. I think it's going to be very useful for everybody involved that I'll mention in the next set of slides. So one of the things that we have been discussing is that the infrastructure of a city is more than just roads and pipes and everything else. Today, data and information and how we communicate that is really part of the city's infrastructure. There was a icon of a key up there, but somehow, translating from Mac to Windows kind of removed that. So as part of that, we have been talking with staff, and again, staff is the one who's really ultimately responsible and does all the heavy lifting, doing the work, on how can we come up with some tools to increase transparency, increase participation and collaboration, not only within the city staff and council, but also with the residents, to foster collaboration, increase productivity, and build trust, both internal and outside of the city government. So the three main tools that will be implemented this year are OpenGov, AdastroGov, and GovInvest. I will come back to this slide after I show you their implementation and rollout dates and to show some examples of what this information will look like. OpenGov is intended to replace Budget Book with dynamic and illustrative budget information. It will allow for greater financial transparency through drill down into budget info. So as I will show you momentarily, you can kind of click on it and see, additional detail for every project and the budget implications, and provide some interactive features on what-if scenarios. The AdastroGov is a plan and forecast labor cost with greater efficiency, and it runs various scenarios to cost out labor proposals, and again, in a very visual manner in terms of communication. And GovInvest will be extremely helpful in really tackling the whole issue around pension liability, where we are, how will the scenarios play, what if we apply this percentage versus that percentage, how does that affect, and something that we've been going back and forth for at least, a couple years, if not more. So these improved tools, their estimated timeline for rolling out, and I've color-coded them so we can see, all of them more or less will be implemented by July, these 3. Of course, there's a lot more to be done. It's not just simply install a software and go with it. There's a lot of data and tables and everything else that has to be imported for the visualization and the data to become information, all of which, is something that the staff is working on. So to begin with respect to, let's starting from the bottoms up, the GovInvest, all the contracts have been signed. The OpenGov was done last year, and for the AdastroGov and GovInvest, they were both signed in February, and so now there's a question of implementation phase, planning phase for each of those two. The goal is that for the OpenGov, which has to do with the budgeting process, that the draft will be ready sometime in mid-May to June, with an updated version later on between June and July with a final budget version. So it would be accessible when, the city goes through the budget process. So what I'd like to do next is actually take you for a very quick tour of what we're talking about. Oops. I don't know why these are. Do you know what this is happening? Oh, I'm sorry. The links were they work, but it's not here working. Or maybe we can get them from elsewhere and play them. Or you want to just copy it and, oh, perfect. No, please, please. Thank you for your patience. Do the links that Linka sent me. Well, we can just use this one.
Okay.
Okay. We'll start with the city of Palo Alto's, and that'll be just fine. So this is basically what the rollout will be for OpenGov, which is different than the other two software elements that I mentioned earlier. So with this tool, everyone will be able to look at the various information, what are the expenditure, what are the revenues, what category of revenues. If you want to go ahead, let's say to Public Works, and see what are all the projects that are taking place throughout the years, what their actual and budgeted information is. And then you can drill down into each of the items to understand more about what it all entails. So I'm sure this will be available on the website as well, and I encourage everyone to kind of take a look at it. It's going to be really, really good. And one of the other added benefits is that it will relieve a lot of the extra time that staff has to spend on answering individual unique questions from unique requesters every time there is a question. So I think it will be useful to everyone. Now, for some reason, the city is not coming up, but that's doesn't really matter. Let's see. Let's see if we can get this thing going. I don't know why this. Oops. I don't understand why this is not working. Judy? You can? Yeah. Ah, there we go. That's the other city. Okay. All right. So for some reason, the video link from here doesn't work. But hopefully when we publish it, we can put a tiny URL link that is easy to actually type in instead of the long version, and folks can take a look at it. So this is another city and how they're using it. For example, if you look at their, we can go similar to what they're doing to their 5-year CIP plan and look at what are all of the CIPs that the city of Menlo Park has, what are the cost implications, what are the rollout dates, and what is the details for each of the CIPs that we have planned for Menlo Park. So I won't belabor the presentation in that sense, but I encourage you to check the minutes of this meeting, and we will put the links in there. So now going back. Is it this one? Yes.
I think I can get the video to work on Chrome if you want me to try.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
I just want to put this back into presentation mode. This one? All right. Now, again, one of the planned activity for this year or this 2019-2020 was increased communication between the city staff in particular and the residents. And as I mentioned, the first one of the meetings was held this past January, and there was, of course, some feedback and surveys that Lenka also distributed and received. Again, the staff can only do so much without feedback from the residents, so I encourage everyone to provide that feedback as to what they like to hear and learn, and especially with respect to new training or educational information. Now, one of the challenges that, this April will be the conclusion of my second term on the Finance and Audit Committee. And one of the challenges that I don't think it was unique to me is that there's a lot of time and energy that gets spent to come on to speed on anything and everything. So one of the issues that, there are several items that we continue to now have agreed. These are not, accepted, approved, or blessed items, but the parking lot, we agreed that we were going to put it at the bottom of each agenda every time we have a meeting so as to not lose sight of all of the topics that have been brought up. Again, they're not blessed. This committee hasn't approved them. It could be an idea from a resident or from a member of the committee. Doesn't really matter. It's just there to preserve the historical perspective so we don't have to reinvent the wheel each time. Because, again, we don't have a good indexing right now of, there might be 20, 30, 40 different staff reports related to one topic. So there's a lot of challenges that we have to work through in maybe making it more efficient for the new members as they come on board to provide, whatever they're supposed to do as part of their committee members. So I want to thank the council, of course, and the city staff, and we've gone through a lot of exchanges the last few years, but I think the result has been for the better and makes us stronger with respect to transparency and efficiency of communication of financial data.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Tronson. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment and commend our professional staff and our commissioners and also my colleague for their passion, hard work, and collaboration. I think when I think of this commission, I actually think of my family. I come from a big family. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister. And in a big family, everybody doesn't always see eye to eye. But as long as you hug it out and you commit to the unit, and that you can keep going and relationships develop and deepen. And that's what I think of when I think of this relationship. Over the last year, everyone rolled up their sleeves, and there's now a tremendous amount of work product coming out of this commission, which I think is going to be very beneficial to council and very helpful to our professional staff in terms of transparency with the public. And I'm very grateful for that, and it's been a joy to watch that collaboration develop. So I wanted to thank you all for that very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other follow-up comments or questions? Councilmember Carlton?
Sorry, I had to get off mute. No, I'm fine. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for the presentation. I really appreciate the fact that the budget workshop happened. It was very important for the public. It was important for council that attended, and also I think having the parking lot, which some people that term doesn't resonate very well, but I think it's very helpful moving forward to know what the committee prior to you being on there was working on, and then moving forward. So I think that's a great idea, and thank you again. So at this time, we will be taking public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda item issues. There was a study session earlier on the interim services at the Senior Center that happened at 6 p.m. If for some reason you weren't able to make a public comment during that time, I will accept your public comment now. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment speakers? Our first speaker is Peter Colby.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me? My name is Peter Colby. I live at 726 Partridge Avenue. I'm here tonight to talk about the democratic process that happens when we receive a card in the mail about a new development happening within certain distances from where we live. And I just feel like it's a means of people participating and coming in. It says to come in if you want to see the plans. And there was an announcement that the Planning Commission was going to have a hearing. And so I feel like, that the Planning Commission are people that are possibly unelected and working on a certain agenda for the city in terms of maybe the general economic. They have a lot to cover in terms of planning. So I just came in to talk about it, and I was noticing, with all the oversight in Congress this last week that it's supposed to be a check on what happens in the neighborhoods. And we're supposed to look into the future and see what will come after we're gone. And they were presenting this item before a big hearing on the Feldman's Bookstore's possible historic significance in Menlo Park. And I made a comment or two after the architect gave a presentation, because it's mostly architecture. They talk about minor fascias, colors, materials. And I pretty much got a blank stare when I was commenting on what I'd seen in the plans. But I'll bring that up later. But I just wanted to say with the Feldmans, if you cross the street and look back across El Camino, you can see that there is a historical kind of significance to the age of the building. And the building will last just as long as many of these new buildings are going to last, as far as I know, because it's really not falling down. There's a beautiful collection of used books in there, and there's a lot we're going to lose if we don't have a used bookstore. And I want you to know that the developer who wants to demolish it is the same one that's building behind McDonald's next to the train station, the son of Roxy Rapp. His name is Chase Rapp. He graduated from Pali High School with some friend I know. And the money they're rolling into that is all in concrete. It's not a good architectural building for Menlo Park, but they got it passed and it's built now, and it's a huge monolith. So I just hope that you look at who you appoint to planning commissions from here on out.
Thank you, Mr. Colby, for your comment. Are there any more public speakers? Okay. Okay, we've moved an agenda item around. At this time, we will take any reports from city council members, city manager, or city attorney regarding any committees that you're on. Usually we do this at the end of the evening at 11 o'clock, and so we're doing it early this evening because the last time we did not do it at our last meeting. Councilmember Carlton, do you have any report outs from any subcommittee meetings that you attend?
Sorry, no, I do not at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I'm just going to report out, and I think Councilmember Nash would report out the same, that recently we received correspondence from Supervisor Simitian's office on the Stanford, on basically a letter that they were looking for support on with respect to the given to the County of Santa Clara in support of Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Simitian's position on whether or not Stanford should, whether or not there should be an amendment such that they would not be able to move forward with development in the foothills. That letter needed to be given to Stanford before this meeting date, and so we, just in full transparency, both expressed authorization to the city manager to send that letter. So.
Are there any other council member reports? Councilmember Nash?
Mayor Taylor and I attended 2 housing meetings over the last week. One was the League of Cities monthly meeting, and the other was the ABAG meeting. And I think Vice Mayor Combs, who was unable to go, and I was able to go in his stead. And both were very interesting, talking about the SB 330 and the implications of what's coming down with SB 50 did not pass this year, but Senator Scott Wiener was there and is still working hard on his bill. And we've got a lot of work to do to make sure that we are building housing in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. At that same ABAG meeting, there was a presentation on the RENA numbers and also a discussion, and that's the regional allocation housing needs. I think I said that properly, assessment. And there also the piece around AB 686, which is reaffirming fair housing, how it's interwoven into that process. That was at a presentation at ABAG, which was this past Friday, February 7th. Also on February 5th, we attended, Councilmember Nash and I attended the Council of Cities Peninsula, and that was also a presentation on RENA. I also am reporting out on attending the San Francisco, the SFO roundtable meeting. There's a lot of discussion now around the airport noise. We are directly on that flight path, and I am also on the subcommittee to determine the policy around having noise monitors installed in the city of Menlo Park. So that we can start figuring out ways to create better policy or push for better policy with the FAA, considering that we have planes flying over us at 11 o'clock at night, midnight, 2 a.m. That wake up a lot of our residents. There is a way to report the noise. Menlo Park, I believe, had just under 10,000 reported, but Palo Alto had quite a few. They actually had the majority. But I just wanted to let you know what committees that we had attended recently. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Combs, did you have anything?
No, I will add that, I represent the city of Menlo Park on the San Francisco Creek JPA. And so in recent months, there have been several developments. One is that the JPA voted unanimously to approve the final EIR for the current upstream project, which includes a replacement of the Pope Joshua Bridge and other sort of stream widening and bank retention efforts as part of that process. As a result of the approval of the final EIR, there has been a lawsuit from a Menlo Park resident challenging that EIR from a resident in the Willows, and that is currently in process. The other issue in connection with the JPA is that the full sort of flood protection of 100 years or 80 years that is the goal can't be achieved with just these sort of these efforts. A key part of it will be some sort of detention effort, likely on a project, likely on lands that are owned by Stanford. Stanford has not been a good neighbor or an honest broker in connection with those efforts, and has to this point denied the JPA access to its land to do studies about detention efforts. And so that effort may itself result in litigation one day. But I do think, and why I was one of the members of the JPA that voted to approve the final EIR, I do think that the project, this upstream project, which includes the replacement of Pope Joshua Bridge, has value and increases flood protection separate from anything done on Stanford's campus. And I do agree and accept that something needs to be done on Stanford. Some larger detention effort needs to be done, but I do think that there is value with regards to the replacement of the bridge and the current sort of bank retention efforts as part of this upstream project. So that's an update of a couple of months of work regarding the San Francisco Creek JPA.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Nash.
I just realized that. So last night I attended a meet and chat with Menlo Park's police chief, Chief Bertini, and he is available to come to the community, to individuals' homes, and speak with community members. And we had about 10 members there. One of our community members opened up their doors to him to speak with neighbors, and I just happened to catch it on Nextdoor and went, and I highly recommend if you can attend one of these chats. It was a very interesting, worthwhile discussion, and he is available and encourages people to contact him, and if you want to host one of those for your community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the report outs. Also, the City of Menlo Park has an announcement about the annual recruitment for city advisory bodies now through April 3rd.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I also wanted to report out that I attended the League of California City Managers meeting February 5th, 6th, and 7th. And I think you'll sense a theme here. Many of the sessions were on SB 330, the housing element, and what's the last one? The long-term pension liability with PERS.
Thank you. Are there any other reports? Okay, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent calendar. She said no. So on the consent calendar, are there any items that anyone wants to have pulled? Councilmember Nash.
I would like to pull H2, H3, H4, and H5.
Do I have a motion to approve H1? And a second? Councilmember Carlton, we are...
Aye. Yes, yes.
Okay, we'll start with item...
I'm still waiting for one more vote on item H1. Perfect. The motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember Nash, you pulled items H2 through H5. Would you like to start with H2?
So on H2, which is the city manager to execute funding agreements with the City County Association of Governments of San Mateo County and the California Department of Transportation and release the bond from Anton Menlo for the Haven Avenue Street Improvements Project. And my question on that is whether it is common practice for the city to take on the project like this and essentially where the developer had responsibility for this intersection as part of a negative declaration in the CEQA from 2016, whether it's common practice for the city to take on the project, which is now quite a bit more expensive than it originally was.
Good evening, Moraz Fakrai, Senior Project Manager for Public Works Department. Yes, it is very common for Public Works Department, city agencies to construct public right-of-way, work within public right-of-way. This was a requirement of the development. The development was completed prior to the city acquiring all the various different funding necessary for the project. You recall going to the CCAG, getting funding. We were successful in getting funding from Caltrans also. So now that we are fully funded, we believe we are fully funded, we can go ahead and build that. It's very common to do that.
And so the intent was not for the original amount to cover the entire... I'm just wondering, it seems like the city, with our constrained resources, is having a lot of effort, to put in a lot of effort to get this done. Thank you so much for doing it. It's a very important piece of the infrastructure. I'm just concerned at how much effort the city is exerting to get this done, and whether in the future there's any way to handle this in another way, having had this experience.
It is more work for the city staff clearly to manage and administer this project. As you said, it is a very important project. It is clearly long overdue for that street to be done. We will look at our processes in evaluating the information we receive from developers in the future to be more accurate and more complete in defining the scope of work. One of the issues with this project was the scope that was started and the scope that was ended were two different things. Where they were scope creep, requirement from Caltrans, requirement from other agencies that were supposed to provide us the permits to build the project, increase the scope. So that was one of the reasons for it.
My concern is basically if a developer has to put in this infrastructure to mitigate a negative declaration in the CEQA process, that then and they put in I don't have it in front of me, but like a certain amount of money, and then all of a sudden the city is scrambling to come up with other funding and to make sure that all the permits are there. And I just wonder if more of that, if it's in fact a mitigating measure for the CEQA, whether more of that could in the future be placed on the developer. And then my second question is what Elon Menlo contributed, since they're presumably involved with the same intersection. And then I'm happy to vote for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Nikki Nagaya, Interim Public Works Director. So I just wanted to add one point of clarification in response to the question about the development requirements. So as you mentioned, this was a project, both the housing developments and the requirement for this particular improvement were identified as part of the environmental clearances from the housing element that was done in 2014. And so there were specific limitations on what the developer, in this case, were required to contribute towards the project in order to incentivize the production of housing. And so that part is not typical. We don't normally cap a developer's contribution towards mitigation measures that they're required to construct. And so that's why the city is then taking on a more unique role, even though this construction is fully within kind of our normal scope of infrastructure updates to produce. But
that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Right. And particularly for then the question on Elon Menlo, I don't have that number tonight. It's something that we could follow up with you on.
But they contributed something similar. It wasn't just.
So the requirements, I need to look back at the specific requirements on each project. The environmental assessment for the last housing element required the first developer to construct the improvements, and so that was Anton Menlo. I just don't recall offhand if Elon made a contribution or had some other fee payments that could be put towards this
okay,
project.
That's plenty of information. There's no need to go back. Thank you so much.
I have a follow-up question. Did our TIF fee pay for it?
So there are a number of funding sources for the project, and you pull up the.
If it's in the staff
table.
report, I'll just look at it there. I just thought about that.
So it's page 15 of the staff report, and the city contribution was funded through the transportation impact fee.
Okay. My last question is, considering the amount of buses that use that route, even though it's only 2 lanes, one up, one back, this information, this map is from 2015. Is it taking into account the existing environment there? I don't know if there's been any traffic counts, considering again it's only 2 lanes, one up, one back, and so I'm just curious how that's going to work with the existing conditions if this information was from 2015, 2016.
The work the design that was done was not only for current, but also for the future amount of traffic and the type of traffic that uses that roadway. So it has been taken into account to accommodate the current and future traffic and the type of traffic.
So there's current traffic counts for that area?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Next item, H3. Oh, can we make one single motion to approve the remaining items, even though Councilmember Nash pulled each one? Okay. Thank you. So H3.
So on H3, we had the report of the sister cities earlier, and I am fully supportive of changing Menlo Park's Friendship City Agreement with BZN. My question is, well, and I guess this also goes with the H4, which is approve staggering term expirations for Sister City Committee. I actually fully support the idea of a Sister City Committee. I think that if this might be an opportune time to move it as to a nonprofit outside of the city, as all of the commissioner terms are expiring, and it seems that it might be provide more opportunity for the sister city group, unburdened by any city constraints and also allow not use our city staff, which right now we've got severe resource constraints, to be working on this. And we have some examples, such as the Historical Society, such as the Art Commission, such as library commissions or library groups that support our library. So I wanted to propose that this might be a good time to make such a move.
Ms. Darla Jerome Robinson, do you mind offering some input? My first thought is actually to just pull the item and then talk about it another time, since I don't see anyone here from the Sister City Committee. So just what are your thoughts?
I think that's an excellent idea. We can take it back to the Sister City Committee and let them talk about it.
Chair George Yang is here, but I'm not sure if this is the right time to go in depth with this.
Well, because it's not agendized for that discussion, I think we can only really have discussion and a vote on the actual H4 item if you want to go ahead and do that anyway, or if you don't want to take that action and bring the whole thing back with a further discussion, you can do that.
I would actually propose that H3 and H4 come back to the council.
Vice Mayor Combs.
I'd actually like to vote on H3. It is, this has been on our calendar for a while, and it has been pushed back, I think, a few times. I am supportive of the Sister City program. I do hear your concerns about resources and would very much like to explore the extent to which that model exists for a Sister City program in other places. And if such, again, like I said, explore it. But I'm supportive of. I think Bizen is the international city that we have a very close relationship with, and there's probably been more sort of actual resident-to-resident exchange than even with Galway, which is the one sister city that we do have. And so, like I said, I would be supportive of and I know there's strong support among the Sister City Committee for this, and so I would be in favor of adopting H3, and then H4 I would be comfortable with not moving forward if there are some concerns and a desire to sort of roll that into a larger question about the city involvement in this.
Okay. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I'm fine with moving forward on H3 tonight. On H4, what I'd suggest that we do is that we have a motion to go ahead and allow those terms to continue should we not visit this issue prior to their expiration. So go ahead and allow them to continue until there's been a final determination. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, especially since, back to sort of resources, so then we're going to need a staff report and some actual sort of analysis if we're talking about, like, sort of, again, moving this to some sort of nonprofit. And so, that's going to take time. So.
And the commission will want to weigh in on it, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we just say, until there's a final determination, we'll just go ahead and extend them, and then at that point, make a decision.
My concern I fully support making Bizen a sister city. My one concern is when I read the resolution, it says that staff will be doing work on this. And again, the staff person who has been, Mr. Curtin, who works very hard on many areas, has responsibility for all of the outreach for our Belhaven Community Center Library, and I'm just concerned there's only so much of him to go around. And so,
Councilmember Carlton, did you?
I would definitely support going forward with the Friendship City with Bizen Japan. I know they're eager to do so too. And I support Councilmember Mueller's suggestion of kind of putting H4 on the back burner, letting things kind of move forward for now with the people who are on the committee. It is something that we're going to be discussing at our next meeting, which is next week. So we'll be able to report back on that fairly shortly.
Mr. Curtin, did you have any input?
And I do appreciate what Councilmember Nash is saying about staff time, and it's something that we're going to talk about.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Mr. Curtin?
Sure. Hello, Council. Clay Curtin, I'm the Public Engagement Manager and Liaison to the Sister City Committee. The reason for H4 tonight is that the current members' terms are set to expire in April, and the City Clerk is launching the recruitment for all of the bodies, so we wanted to answer this question. But if it's the direction of Council to extend their terms to a date certain or until a time, then we can revisit the staggered terms later.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
I just wanted to say that works for me.
Okay, so I'll move forward that we table H4 and have the people continue until we get back to it, and H3 we approve. That's my motion.
I think actually, this council member, this is Bill. I think the idea was to extend the terms of the existing commissioners, sister city commissioners, until the council has determined whether it's going to continue as a city commission or some other setup.
Right. Well, so
I support that then. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
So I can go ahead and just make a motion then on H4, and that'll be that we go ahead and continue the terms until we make the determination, but so that there's some sort of date certain to be no longer than 3 months. And then at 3 months, a forcing item that this has to get back in front of us within a 3-month time period to make that decision.
So that would be that would be the end of July.
Right, end of July.
So, Ms. Herron, did you get the motion?
I'm typing it up now. Give me just one moment.
And we appreciate your work on all, Clay. You've done a great job on the commission.
And may I get a verbal second for the record?
Second.
Thank you. And your vote, Councilmember Carlton, on extending the terms for the Sister City Committee through July of 2020?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
And for H3?
So far, we have H2 and H3 and possibly H5 going to be one motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Nash still wants to discuss H5. Okay.
So H5 is adopt resolution number 6541, initiating the Menlo Park Landscape Assessment District proceedings for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And I just wanted to pose that one of the barriers to homeowners being open to sidewalks and constructing sidewalks is that once the city constructs the sidewalks, the actual homeowner is then responsible for maintenance of the sidewalk unless, as this specifies, it's damaged by trees. And I wanted to propose, not tonight, but that at some point we consider changing so that the sidewalks, all sidewalks, including those damaged not by trees, are included, so that that encourages more residents to gets to have sidewalks in front of their house and support the city putting sidewalks in and getting a better pedestrian infrastructure in the city.
I have a follow-up question. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're asking that we come back and take responsibility for all sidewalks, regardless of whether they're damaged by a city tree.
Yes, however, given that the resource constraints right now, I'm not asking for it right now. I'm asking for it at a time when it's being considered again, and that it could, just next time we have the resourcing to consider it, that it accommodates all sidewalks.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, just adding to that, one proposal might be, because I don't know what, taking on all of that responsibility what would entail, and it seems like it could be costly. But one thing going forward, as these issues of sidewalks being constructed on streets, it could be that like those particular ones, as far as a sort of an incentive, you can say like for 10 years that the city will cover these additional costs and maintenance, or for 5 years, as a way to again get what you want, as incentivizing residents to want or allow for sidewalks without possibly taking on these additional obligations. Now I know those leaves those of us, of which I'm included, who already have a sidewalk, kind of out in the code, but at least we're not taking on too much financial costs and then getting what you wanted, which is incentivizing new sidewalks.
Actually, I think it would cover if your sidewalk in front of your house exists and is damaged for some reason other than tree roots, as it exists now, you would need to pay for the repair, and this would actually cover you in that situation.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that, like, I don't know what that cost entails, like what that looks for the, and so if but you're not worried about me. I already got a sidewalk, and so you want to incentivize people to be more accepting of sidewalks, and so I was like, let's just focus on them, and then when the people who already have sidewalks come for us with the pitchforks, then we can deal with them at that time.
Okay.
Councilmember Mueller.
Can I just make a suggestion that we put this in a study session parking lot? So,
That would be very helpful, because my question is, and that we can put this in the parking lot, study session parking lot, is what would it take to update policy to ensure that consistent repairs, materials, and designs are used citywide, so that all of Menlo Park looks like all of Menlo Park?
We'll come back with a report on that. I believe that we currently do that.
Right. Thank you. And I'm ready to make a motion for items H2, 3, and 5.
Councilmember Carlton, can I have your vote on items H2, H3, and H5?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So wait a minute. Oh, that's right. But Kat's on the phone. Oh, so what you do the other one? Why am I getting out my seat? At this time, we are having 2 public hearings. We are going to take them out of order to maintain a quorum, if that's okay. Since Councilmember Mueller has left, Vice Mayor Combs is recused, so we are going to take the item out of order, if that's okay. So the item introduce our Associate Planner Ori Paz and Interim Community Development Director Deanna Chow. And we are opening the public hearing about 661 to 687 Partridge Avenue. and consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve architectural control, use permit, major subdivision, and below market rate housing agreement for 9 single-family residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, council members. Ori Paz, Associate Planner with the Planning Division, here to present the proposed project at 661 to 687 Partridge Avenue. This evening, I'll be providing a project overview, itemizing the entitlements that the applicant has requested action on by you. Then we'll discuss the commission recommendations from the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission, as well as staff's recommended action on the item. Following the staff presentation, the applicant is here to provide some more general project-specific details about the design, as well as some of the strategies that they've developed to address the Planning Commission's concerns that they heard at that meeting. For context, the project site is shown bounded in white on the screen. It is comprised of 3 independent properties that are all part of the R2 or low-density apartment zoning district. And you can see to the top of the screen, or the north, is El Camino Real, and then south of the project site, Partridge Avenue meets University. So the parcels in this area to the south of the project site are all zoned R2, and they feature a mix of 2-unit developments, some single-family residential, and then some multifamily residential developments as well. And then immediately north of this subject parcel, properties are zoned R3, which is the apartment zoning district, which has a higher allowable density. And then parcels on El Camino Real are part of the specific plan. There are 7 existing units on the 3 properties presently, and those would be demolished as part of this proposed project. Looking at the project attributes, the applicant is requesting a major subdivision, and this would combine the 3 lots and then subdivide to create 9 condominium units. There's also an architectural control request for the construction of more than 2 units, and that would achieve the 7 single-family residences and the 1 duplex that they're proposing, although in actuality the homes or the units would be arranged as independent single-family homes, each with 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms, and 2 parking spaces per unit, one of which is an attached garage with a bicycle hook proposed and an EV-ready outlet. The proposal also includes a use permit to allow excavation in the left side setback and the rear setback for light wells for the basement. The light wells provide ventilation, egress, and daylighting for living spaces in the basement according to the California Building Code requirements. And finally, the proposal includes a BMR agreement, and so that's for 1 below market rate unit, which would be provided on site, and the applicant is proposing a bonus unit in accordance with the city's density bonus. So because they are providing 1 BMR unit on site, they are allowed 1 market rate unit as a bonus, which allows them to construct 9 units on the site, where typically the maximum allowable density would be 8. Here's a rendering of the proposed development, which shows the independent single-family homes and kind of the overall feel of the development. 6 of the units would share a large driveway on the left, and then there's a smaller driveway serving 3 of the units on the right. Looking back at the Housing Commission review, the project went to the Housing Commission in November of last year, where the Commission recommended unanimously that the Council approved the BMR agreement, and the conversation there focused largely on the fact that 1 unit was being provided So for your reference, here's the BMR unit location on the site. It's unit number 6. It is virtually undistinguishable from the other units, which is in accordance with the city's standards. And here we have the floor plans showing on the left, there's the basement floor plan where 2 bedrooms and 2 full bathrooms would be, with those light wells providing for that egress and ventilation. Main floor with an open concept living space and that attached garage, and then 2 additional bedrooms at the second floor. The Planning Commission saw the item in January, on January 13th of this year, and they similarly recommended unanimously that the City Council approve the subdivision, the architectural control, the use permit, and the BMR agreement. However, they attached some project-specific conditions of approval relating to the design. So they had some concerns that the duplex unit was too dissimilar, and so they suggested swapping the design, and then another minor condition to paint the corner boards that were proposed, and they added some landscape modifications to increase landscape screening trees, and then just landscape generally on the site, which the applicant was amenable to and will speak to during their presentation. Finally, the staff's recommendation is that the City Council pass 2 resolutions. The first would approve the major subdivision, merging the 3 lots and creating those 9 condo units, which could be sold individually, and the architectural control for the new construction, and the use permit for the excavation within that left side and rear setback for those basement light wells. And then the second resolution would approve the BMR agreement, and 1 unit would be provided as a below market rate unit for sale at the moderate income level. Now I'll turn to the applicant for their presentation, and I am available for questions afterwards.
Hi, my name is Rick Hartman with HomeTech Architecture. We're happy to be here and show you this. It is one of the larger BMR units that the city has seen in quite a bit, and it's just easier for us to just build them all the same. Trying to pick one unit and cheapen it up is just kind of silly. The previous projects on Partridge that this developer has done are thank you, are very nicely finished, and we intend on continuing in that vein. Let's see if I can make this work. What was that? So which way is up? Or next, right? Oh, they're over there. I thought they were here. Okay. Just go to the site plan. Okay, this is the revised site plan. One of the struggles we had was the fire department, and I'm glad we were able to all get together around the table with the different departments and work out the solution to it, rather than piecemeal emails from far away and nobody can talk simultaneous. So it was really good to get around the same table. Fire department wanted a 20-foot driveway on both driveways because the distance to the back of the back unit exceeded 150-foot wrap for the hose. So looking at it, he goes, well, why don't you do a full loop? And I said, that's still way too much pavement. So then he said, well, okay, if he can get to the end of one driveway and walk to house number 9, it's not that far, then that would work out because that would meet it. So he said the fence between the 3 and the 6, take that down where the open parking is. So now it's only landscape and they can walk from one to the other. And it's fine with us, it's one development anyway. But he let us take the 3-house driveway down to an 18 rather than the 20. And that helped us quite a bit. But even at that, when you go to the next slide, it's a lot of pavement on the darn thing. So we're proposing to paver the whole thing so that it's all permeable. But when talking about landscaping, and a lot of our discussion was how do we increase landscaping when we have these requirements, is all the open parking spaces can be moved towards their driveways between 2 and 4 feet. It depends on that backup radius, not to run into that. So is the site plan there, the other site plan? Backup one? Yeah. I believe this is the revised one with the driveways. The open parking spaces now are closer to the driveway, and that picked up a whole lot of landscaping. The other one was stepping stones around the light wells that are on the property line. Those are little stepping stones. We'd like to revise those to small ones and not great big ones because it's only an access to the gate. It's not like a big promenade thing. And that would increase the landscaping by the light wells that are along property lines. And we plan on doing that. But actually all the items that are, item 7I at the end of the report, we were absolutely happy to do all of those things. And we've already started making some of those changes. But other than that, we're very happy to be here. Because we knew we were going to go forward with this project last April, all tenants were told that they'll need to be gone in about a year. So we gave them all a year heads up. I think there's only 3 left. Are there 3? Yeah, there's 3 left, and they know they're going to be out by April, and he's already, I think, one of them incentivized. But at any rate, we made sure that they were taken care of. But giving them a year heads up helped a lot, I think, for that kind of a thing. That's it for me.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any follow-up questions by council? Councilmember Carlton?
No, the only thing I saw that kind of perked my interest was that you have 1 car per unit. And I hope that works out because sometimes you do have a husband and wife who each have a car because they have jobs in opposite directions and they don't have the option of using public transport in an easy way. So I'm not going to stop this because of that, but I hope that works out.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to public comment. Mr. Peter Colby.
Madam Mayor,
Excuse me.
while he's coming to the mic, I think I just wanted to point out that there's 1 covered parking and 1 open parking space for each unit.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Good evening. My name is Peter Colby. I live at 726 Partridge Avenue. So many of my neighbors got the same cards, and I've talked to a few people on the sidewalk about this, and none of them really understand that you're supposed to go in and look at what's proposed. I know the people that are living there understood that they're being told to pack up, move out, and everything else. I just want to emphasize that all this state mandate for more housing has to do with making things easier for people to find homes and not to evict them and make them into gentrified areas. What really upsets me here is that they proposed in the drawings to have 2 baths with showers and toilets and the laundry room in the basements of each of these units. I talked to West Bay Sanitary, and they said that they don't have a problem with that because their whole system is gravity fed. West Bay is going to have nothing to do with the responsibility for what's going on here. I go to church. I'm a member of the Methodist Church. We have an underground pumping in our basement, but the pumping tank has to be lower than everything else and has to have good electricity all the time, or else you're not going to have useful plumbing. This has 5 bathrooms for 1 condo. They say 4.5. 2 full bathrooms upstairs, 2 full bathrooms in the basement, and a laundry room. It's just greed. They're going to excavate and put concrete all around the property. Now, concrete is it's a greenhouse gas causing element. They fire limestone and gypsum, and the ingredients are put in kilns, and it's at 2,700 degrees. So all the concrete you've been seeing around here is causing the greenhouse gas warming in the planet. And These houses all had one bathroom. Now they're going to have 5. I'm feeling like, well, like I said about Feldman's books, I had to read Animal Farm, 1984, and how Big Brother was watching all the time. Why do you need 5 bathrooms? I mean, these people are the same builders that have gone all the way up and down our street, and the Post, our free newspaper, mentioned that they're the ones suing Los Altos because Los Altos was not letting them do one of these projects. That's public information. It was in the Post. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Colby, for your public comment. Bring it back up to the dais. Are there any questions for the council members? Or any input, concerns? Councilmember Nash?
I just want to say that I'm very pleased to see the large BMR unit coming online. We don't have many large units coming as BMRs, and it's just a wonderful opportunity. Thank you, and to have it the same as all the other units. Are any of my concern is about displaced residents. I appreciate that you gave people a year. Do we have any residents who are having trouble moving? How are those 3 remaining residents doing?
I had to ask the owner. All of these units were full market rent units, so they were between $2,500, $3,200 a month. But he did give full month rent payment to 4 that were remaining, and now there's only 3 remaining. So he wanted to make sure they had plenty of lead time, and then the ones that were the last ones there, he did give a month's bonus incentive to help them out with relocation. But yeah, none of them were low income, so, but it still helps out.
Thank you. And then just as Mr. Colby was concerned about the sewer lines, just please let's do diligence on it, because that would not be a fun situation. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I'll add, I'm generally supportive of the project. Obviously, we're getting more housing, but I think Mr. Colby makes a valid point. Even though those were market rate units, they were more affordable than what's going to replace them. And so let's acknowledge that this is a different type of housing that will appeal to or be available to a different segment of the population. So that I think is worth noting. But as I said, I'm supportive. This is exactly the type of infill project, one that provides more housing, again, more bedrooms to that we're looking for, and we at the local level and even at the state level are trying to encourage.
I have a question about the prior residents. Do they still live in the city of Menlo Park, or have they relocated out of the area?
Sorry, I wasn't involved with the tenant stuff. Okay. But they've all moved outside the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. There aren't any more questions? Councilmember Carlton, did you have any follow-up questions?
No, I did not. Thank you.
So are we ready to make a motion?
Before you make a motion on the matter, you need to close the public hearing.
Thank you for the reminder. Well, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time and bring it back to the dais for a motion.
Councilmember Carlton, can I have your vote on this public hearing item?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
The next item on the agenda, item I-1. This is a public hearing, a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. Adopt a resolution number 6540 to approve a conditional development permit amendment for a 240-room hotel and to reduce the associated required number of parking spaces at 301 Constitution Drive. And here to present is our senior planner, Katie Medor.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council members. So I'm Katie, the project planner for this project, and with me tonight is Lee Prince, the Assistant City Attorney. So the project, I'll be giving you an overview of the Citizen M Hotel project tonight. So this project site was originally approved for a 200-room hotel as part of the Facebook expansion campus project. So you'll see the project site there highlighted in red on the corner of Chilco Street and Bayfront Expressway. And then you'll also see a portion of the West Facebook campus highlighted in an orange color. And to the right of this project site is Building 22 site. And I apologize, this is an outdated map. So right now there is more construction out there than this shows. And then below the project is Building 23. And the hotel would be the final phase of the Facebook campus expansion project. So the proposed hotel would be a modular constructed building. It would include approximately 90,200 square feet of hotel square footage, which would be a decrease from the originally approved hotel. It would also include 240 rooms, which would be an increase in what was originally approved. And it includes 5,000 square foot of restaurant space, which would also be open to the public as well as hotel guests. So here you'll see the elevation from Chilco Street. In this location, next to the red stairway on the facade, the applicant will be proposing exterior artwork, which would be approximately 5 stories tall. In their presentation, they should have an example of what this would look like. And here you'll see the Bayfront Expressway view, which is looking across the parking lot from Bayfront Expressway. So the primary site access would be off the private driveway off Chilco Street. There would be a one-way entrance and exit to the front entry, and there would also be a secondary entrance for service vehicles behind the restaurant. The surface parking lot would include 118 on-site parking spaces, which would be a reduction from what was originally approved. So in order to offset the parking reduction, the applicant is proposing a shared parking agreement with Facebook to allow them to use 127 parking spaces in Building 22 parking garage. So as part of the project design, the applicant is also proposing large-scale exterior building artwork. In this rendering, you can see an example of a proposed artwork display at the front lobby. And then also, as I previously mentioned, there would be a large-scale artwork on the Chilco Street elevation. The exact details of the size and type of artwork would be determined at a later date through a design review process that would have to go back to the Planning Commission and also would need to include additional public outreach with the surrounding community. So the changes to the approved hotel require a conditional development permit amendment, and the things that they're asking for amendment to in the CDP include an increase in the number of hotel rooms from 200 to 400 rooms to 200 to 240 rooms, a decrease in parking for the on-site parking from 245 spaces to 118 spaces, design review for the large-scale artwork, and then identification of the transportation impact fee for the additional rooms, and then also standard public works conditions of approval for the hotel. So one change that we've had since publishing the staff report is also an update to the exhibits for the conditional development permit to include a previous lot line adjustment. So those would be updated after the City Council takes action on the project. So as part of the review process, the city also prepared a second addendum to the certified EIR for the project. The addendum studied each of the environmental topic areas that were studied in the certified EIR. A couple areas of note would be aesthetics, transportation, air quality, population, and housing. The conclusion of this addendum was that there were no new significant impacts from the proposed hotel project. So this project also went to the Planning Commission 2 previous times, one in July 22nd, 2019 for a study session. And at the study session, the Planning Commission asked the applicant to prioritize hiring staff from the local community and consider exploring additional sun screening options and also make the modular building design less obvious. On January 13th, the applicant came back to the Planning Commission with a revised project, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of this conditional development modifications. They also requested that for the City Council meeting, they provide a rendering of Bayfront Expressway elevation and also explore ways to provide additional emphasis on the driveway and lobby entrances. Those exhibits will be provided in the applicant's presentation and also were included in an amended staff report to you. So the action for the City Council tonight is recommended approval of the CDP amendment. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And now the applicant will also be giving you a presentation.
Hi. Good evening, and thanks for having us. I'm Ernest Lee. Together with my colleagues, we'll provide an overview of the project and answer any questions afterwards. We thought it'd be good to start with a quick introduction to the brand and the concept. Citizen is a 12-year-old company founded in the Netherlands. Our main goal is to be a long-term owner and operator of urban lifestyle hotels. What we do is simple. We provide high-design hotels with great service and experience, but at an affordable price point. The way we do that is we rethink how space is distributed in a hotel. We turn your normal hotel upside down by shifting underutilized space in bedrooms and give it back in lobbies and amenities. What results are very spacious public areas, open not only to hotel guests, but also to the public, with a constant buzz throughout the day. High-end furniture, great coffee, music, drinks, somewhere that's comfortable but not boring, exciting but not overwhelming. The rooms are also smartly designed like a luxury hotel, but without everything that you don't need. No armchair, ironing board, just the basics. Art and programming are also central to Citizen M. Woven into our building are real art pieces that allow guests to see a real Warhol or Julian Opie without ever having to go to the museum. Or like in Times Square, where we have live music that's provided by real Broadway musicians. Last but not least, the glue to making this all work together is our people. We have a very simple view. which is if you want to be a leader in hospitality, you need to take care of the people taking care of your guests. Our hiring is not based on where you have worked or what your skills are, but whether you're a nice person or not. We can teach the skills, we can invest and develop our people, but what we cannot teach is personality. Fast forward to today, we have roughly 40 properties, either open or under development, around the world, half of which are in the U.S. Prior to providing a status update, I'll provide some relevant background information on how we got here. About 3 years ago, Facebook initiated an RFP process to select a hotel developer for this site as part of their West Campus expansion. The structure will have Citizen M as a 100% owner developer who will enter into a long-term land lease with Facebook. The restaurant will be leased back to Facebook, who will then appoint a restaurant operator. The decision to modify the CDP was made after studying the hotel usage in this area, in addition to factoring the physical limitations of this site. What resulted is not just a scale in order to make the project feasible, but also a major reduction in the number of people going back and forth to other hotels in other cities in the peninsula, as well as greater TOT than originally projected. Moving on to the current status, as Katie mentioned, in July of last year, we went through a study session with planning where a number of comments were addressed. Between July and last month's planning recommendation, we addressed the various comments from the study session, as well as finalizing an addendum to the EIR where no significant impacts were identified. During that period, we also engaged in community outreach, and we met with a variety of stakeholders in Menlo Park. One of the events that we hosted was an open house at the Bellhaven Community Center in October, where we discussed our ideas and received feedback for local hiring efforts, amenities, including the restaurant, parking and traffic, and future ways we could be a good neighbor, including special discounts and programming. Lastly, we have a framework agreement in place for a shared parking arrangement with Facebook, where we'll have 118 spaces on-site and 127 in the adjacent garage. This is what's required. We believe that it's feasible based on the way that the office and the hotel traffic is consumed, but we believe that we'll actually be utilizing well below that. I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Good evening. My name is Nils Sanderson. I'm with the design department at Citizen M. We're really excited about this opportunity, and I'm here now to walk you through the design we've come up with for this specific site, and to show that we really think this is going to be a great hotel, but also a great benefit and great neighbor in the community. So as Katie mentioned before, we're at the corner of Bayfront and Chilco on approximately 2.5-acre site. We're a 5-story building, 240 keys, approximately 90,000 square feet. But what really sets this project apart is the large public outdoor amenity space that we're offering in the southwest corner. We are asking to build more keys, but we're looking to do it in a much smaller building than is approved for this site, almost half the square footage, and about 13 feet smaller. The design and the layout is largely a product of trying to find a solution to site constraints that maximize the open public space. We have a PG&E easement to the north, which is where our surface parking is. We have our fire lane to the west. So we created this kinked bar in order to maximize that outdoor area. I should also note that the Chilco at this intersection is undergoing major improvements right now, and we will be tied into the pedestrian and bike lane network, so it'll be very pedestrian-friendly, accessible, and it's pre-security on the Facebook campus. So now I'll kind of run you through the experience of this. The majority of people will experience the building from here, from Bayfront, driving by it. You can see that the building is set back from Bayfront, and in between the building and the road is our surface parking lot, but it's screened by a row of trees. We're working with in situ architects, landscape architects based in Oakland, to come up with native species that would be appropriate for this climate and context. This is where the traffic starts to slow down, and at the intersection with Chilco, where you turn off into this neighborhood, you can begin to see the sort of neighborhood side, the neighborhood face, which is the approach from Chilco, the view from Chilco. And because this is the neighborhood face, we really wanted it to be the friendliest face of the hotel. And so we've taken the egress stair and moved it to the outside as a dynamic design element. And also here where you see the public artwork, really facing into that approach towards the residential area. As you're coming around onto Constitution, you can begin to see the entry. You can see that the kinks, the notches between the kinked bars emphasize the entrances at a building scale. You can also see that we create a covered area for the drop-off. It's a kind of a convenient and dry place. So here in plan, you see how those notches emphasize the entrance on the south side to the hotel and to the restaurant on the north side. Here you can see that entrance is a large red glass vestibule, and where we see also some more artwork underneath that drop-off waiting area. And the approach then from your vehicle. The planted landscape wall to the right is a screening or privacy element to the outdoor amenity space. And then this is the hotel entrance, the restaurant entrance. And you can see that all the solid walls we try to soften with landscaping and planting. The view towards from the south of the outdoor space. We're working with H.T. Harvey to mitigate any environmental impacts, so developing bird-safe design for the glazing, coming up with bioretention swales for collecting stormwater, also preventing any light pollution from this area. So what this outdoor area really is a mix of programming and landscape. We provide informal gathering areas, communal food and beverage areas. There's fire pits, there's a fountain. We really want to create a community backyard feeling. And so we're looking forward to being neighbor in this community and hosting you for a night. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Carlton, do you have any questions?
No, I would be happy to take public comment first and then get into questions.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take public comment at this time if there's no questions from the dais. Our first speaker is Barry Hathaway.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. So I'm Barry Hathaway. I'm the CEO of JobTrain. We're a very long-standing Menlo Park-based nonprofit that helps very low-income people get started in career pathways, including the culinary arts pathway. I'm really here tonight to share with you a little bit about our interactions with Citizen M. They've come out a couple times now and met with us and talked to us about what we do and how we do it, and share with us what they're trying to do and how they do it, with an emphasis on can we create a partnership that will open up opportunities for people who live here to get jobs there. And I think that we have a lot of these conversations with employers, whether it's because they're going to be coming into the community or they're already here, and so we have a pretty good sense for how employers think about their workplace and how they think about their employees. But here's the important message that I can deliver to you tonight. We have developed a conceptual agreement. We actually signed an MOU with each other that lays out what we'll do. And I want you to know a couple of things about what Citizen M has agreed to do in the context of this agreement and helping local residents get jobs at Citizen M. So first of all, they've agreed to prioritize hiring from job-trained graduates and non-job-trained graduates who are residents of Bellhaven, East Palo Alto, and the neighboring cities. So they've made that commitment to us, and that means for us that we can both train people and help them get jobs at Citizen M, but we can also work with people who already live in the community and already have the skills needed and help them get access to those jobs. They've agreed to share all their job vacancies with us so we can take a look at what their openings are and work together to develop a specific target that's reasonable. It's a reasonable set of expectations. And lastly, they've agreed that if we can't deliver the talent that they need because they have specific and unique needs, that they'll work with us to develop a training program so we would do some training and help skill people up for the jobs that they need. So I think in my experience, talking to employers, I think that Citizen M has an interesting take on employees. Essentially, if we have happy employees, we're going to have happy customers. And that is a good, smart business move, in my opinion, and I think it could lead to some great jobs there. I believe their intent is clear and strong, and I think based on our agreement, we have a pretty good chance of getting some good jobs for some folks who live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway. The next public speaker is Peter Dremeyer.
Good evening. I'm Peter Dremeyer. I'm the Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. And I'm not here to judge the project. It seems quite nice. But I wanted to point out that before you can approve it, the water supply assessment for the Facebook campus expansion project needs to be revised, as well as the water supply evaluation for Connect Menlo, the general plan update. Water supply assessment is required by a law that's fondly known as Show Me the Water, that for large development projects, you need to prove that you have the water for at least 20 years. And it's an important part of the environmental review. And I apologize for bringing this to you quite late in the game. I sent you a letter earlier today, but I heard about this just reading the Daily Post this morning. And I looked up the project to see if the water supply assessment was current. And it was approved on February 3rd, 2016. Now, this hotel project is part of the Facebook campus expansion project. And in the staff report, it says, furthermore, since certification of the EIR, there have been no substantial changes with respect to background conditions that would suggest that the circumstances under which the proposed project would be undertaken would be substantially different from those assumed or described in the certified EIR. So the EIR was approved in November 2016, and on December 12th, 2018, the State Water Resources Control Board adopted amendments to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And the SFPUC had been saying, oh my gosh, if this plan goes through, we could face 50% rationing. And BOSCA got 16 of their 24 members to essentially submit the same letter. And in Menlo Park's letter, it pointed out that 100% of its potable water supply comes from the SFPUC, that if the plan goes through, there could be 50% rationing, and that one outcome would be to not approve new potable water connections. So you went on record saying that. Palo Alto sent pretty much the same letter, but last year we encouraged them to actually deliberate on the Bay Delta plan. They heard from the SFPUC, BOSCA, our own staff said, well, you shouldn't support it. But they ended up voting 9-0 unanimously to support the Bay Delta plan. So there's a lot of information coming out from the SFPUC that's simply wrong. But the SFPUC was required to update 11 water supply assessments. Their planning department said you need to update these so we have robust environmental review. Stanford had to update its water supply assessment for the general use permit, even though they pulled it. So it's clear that it needs to happen. I'd be happy to answer any questions or meet with staff, but it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Deckmeyer, I did receive a donation of time if you wanted to take that.
Well, thank you. I think I've said what I need to say. I did send you a 3-page letter that I hope you get a chance to read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Ms. Brandine.
Good evening, Fran Dean, Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking tonight specifically on the conditional development permit amendment. And the Chamber supports the approval of the requested amendment for Citizen M Hotel and asks that Council follow the Planning Commission and staff recommendation to approve the modifications. The project with the requested changes are in the best interest of both business and residential communities served in multiple areas such as traffic benefits, neighborhood amenities, TOT revenue, and resource sharing. In terms of traffic benefits, the new hotel within the footprint of the Facebook campus will take cars off the road. Many hotel guests will be visitors to that campus, the Facebook campus, and they'll no longer have to drive, take taxis, Lyft, or Uber from existing hotels to the other side of Bayshore Freeway. Instead, they can access the hotel by foot, bike, or Facebook campus shuttles. The hotel will include a separate full-service restaurant and bar, as you saw in the presentation, and that will be open to the public, and it will be an asset to the Belhaven community. The venue can become a potential go-to place for neighbors to celebrate or just to gather with friends. Its proximity to Facebook, other office buildings, and the Belhaven community creates opportunities for residents and employees of the area to interact and strengthen the community. The hotel will also be a tremendous financial asset to the city. Transient occupancy tax revenue, TOT, is a stable source of general fund dollars and supports critical services within Menlo Park. The hotel is expected to generate more than $2 million per year in TOT, which will increase over time as the hotel performs as expected. The requested amendment optimizes use of this land parcel and increases accommodation space, putting business travelers closer to their destination with the benefit of reducing vehicle trips. Plus, it implements resource sharing rather than burdening the area with redundant or excessive parking allotments. We ask you to please move forward adopting resolution number 6540 and approve the conditional development permit amendment for Citizen M Hotel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our last public speaker is Pamela Jones.
And Pamela, while you're doing your public comment, I'm going to be calling Councilmember Carlton back.
Do you want me to wait?
If you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Okay. Councilmember Carlton, are you able to hear us okay?
Yep, I'm back.
Wonderful, thank you.
Good evening again, Pamela Jones. I am really excited about the hiring and the work they're doing with Job Training. It was really, they left. It was just really wonderful to see that, and that's the type of thing that one of the first things that I asked when Citizen M was holding their meetings in the community. As far as additional units, I think that's wonderful. If it's going to take people, if we're going to now be able to have those corporate apartments opened up to people, because all of the corporate apartment people will now be staying at the hotel, which seems to me to be logical, because we've lose a lot of housing because we don't even know how much is corporate. The challenge that we're going to have is the traffic on Chilco. And yes, we have a circulation element. This was not a part of, the original project was not a part of the general plan update. So all of the considerations about traffic have changed dynamically. And once building 22 or 23 opens up, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. And I hope I'm wrong, but I just have visions of there being gridlock. So if there was any way that the circulation could be off of Chilco and use the main entrance to Facebook off of Bayfront, would be really exciting. And I'm sorry I didn't think of that when I was going to the Planning Commission meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your public comment. Do we have any more public speakers? Okay, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from council? Councilmember Nash?
Mr. Dreckmeyer, we do not have the email from you. So if you could resend that to council, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller?
Actually, I don't know if it's something that we talk about in open session, but I am kind of curious from our planning staff as to, and our legal counsel as to response to Mr. Dreckmeyer's statement, because I do not, obviously, it's something that we need to wait.
So I'll go ahead and give it a go. Unfortunately, I did not see that letter, so I don't have all the details of what he provided, information he provided. I will, however, indicate that on page 28 and 29 of the second addendum to the certified EIR, it talks about the impacts of the revised hotel project on water usage. And I'll just go ahead and read a little bit from here. It says the existing CDP for the approved project imposes a cap on water usage at the project site. The revised hotel project would not modify the limits on water usage identified in the water supply assessment. Accordingly, although 40 rooms would be added to the hotel compared with the approved project, the cap on water use would not be exceeded. Therefore, the revised hotel project's demand for water as well as wastewater treatment would be comparable to the water usage anticipated for the approved hotel project.
But that's not addressing the issue Mr. Dreckmeyer saying, because he's saying that the cap may have dropped, and that there may be a new assessment and that cap may have dropped. And that's kind of what do we know if we need to do a new assessment to know if that cap has dropped?
We have not seen the letter. I have not seen the letter, and so I really cannot respond to correspondence that I have not reviewed.
I have a follow-up question along those lines. So are environmental impact reports required to update the water supply assessment annually, or is it just you do it once at the time of the EIR?
Yeah, so when you review a project, you do the water supply assessment once. There are specific triggers in the code that require a water supply assessment when there's a certain amount of commercial square footage or a certain number of residences. You do the EIR, you do it once, and then you approve the project, and you don't go back and reevaluate the water supply assessment annually. What we're doing here when we're doing the second addendum is we're looking at, are there any additional environmental impacts as a result of the changes to the project that weren't previously considered? So what the addendum looked at was, did the 40 additional rooms, the reduction in parking, create a change in the environmental impact? And their conclusion was that it did not. Like I said, I have not looked. I just got this letter handed to me, so I don't know the details. It's certainly not something our environmental consultants raised as a change in the background conditions that would warrant any revision or result in a substantial new impact.
So, and I just interject one additional comment. Mr. Dreckmeyer referred to the Stanford expansion project, which was a substantial expansion. Of course, they'd have to do an updated the WSA for that project because it's new development. It's increased capacity, it's increased water use as opposed to this project that's not. That being said, I have no idea whether the changes that he referred to would or might have an impact or might trigger additional need to review revisions to the water assessment or not.
So then my question to the applicant is, because we want to get this right, is there any prejudice to you if we do research on this and bring it back? Like what would be the prejudice if we got that duck lined in a row?
But the other is the applicant may have an answer to this question as well. I mean, Frank, are you aware of this issue, or have you looked at this issue?
And just to clarify something, none of the current council members are on BASA. It's a former council member that's on there, so we don't have a direct connection. We rely on that former council member, Kirsten Keith, to come in and make a presentation. And I don't remember that being discussed.
Yeah, so my name is Frank Petrilli. Good evening. With Aaron Fox, a land use attorney working with Citizen M. We haven't seen the letter either. Sorry. So we haven't seen the letter either. I'm looking at language in the water code that controls when a water supply assessment is required in the first instance. And it does look, and Lee or Bill can corroborate this too, that it's really when you're reviewing a project for the first time. Regulatory changes kind of in sort of shifts in law, that typically doesn't trigger the need to redo an assessment. I'm not aware of any authority that would allow. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So my question to you is, because where this is an amendment to when the EIR was done, are we, in a sense, reviewing it for the first time this evening because there's been no approval of that yet by this council?
Not quite. So in 2016, the council approved kind of an overall program envelope and kind of a conceptual placeholder for a 200-room hotel. As part of those entitlements, there was, as Lee suggested, a water cap that applied to the project. In other words, the office buildings, the hotel, they need to live within kind of a certain amount of water supply, basically. That has not changed. And so that was the excerpt that Lee read from the environmental study. I don't know what a new water supply assessment would tell us that we don't already know, because I'm not sure the city would have the ability to open up that condition. But again, not having seen the letter, it's hard to opine.
Can I just ask, how is it possible that if you increase the rooms by 25%, that you're not seeing any change in water usage?
I mean, I defer to experts on that. That's outside of my purview. Mm-hmm. But the cap is the cap. It's the same with the trip cap, for example. I mean, I think Citizen M basically designed within a certain box, within a certain envelope that was understood at the outset. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it's a function of low flow fixtures or how they're doing it. But the requirement is the same as it was in 2016 and is not being reopened in terms of, again, the amount of water that they're allowed to use.
So the water was not allocated on a per use, so there wasn't a specific allocation, as far as I'm aware, to the hotel and other allocation for the rest of the site. So it's a cap on the entire site. So Facebook has put in recycled water, use of gray water for irrigation, and a lot of other things that have reduced water usage overall on the site, and I don't know where they are, compared to the total cap, and they haven't even occupied, the last building. But they will have to live within that total cap.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll emphasize too is that once a project is improved, once you have an EIR in place, the rules really kind of shift against kind of opening up environmental review too. I mean, these are large projects that are built out over a long period of time. And, once you've gone through that process once, unless you're making changes that really, again, affect the project's impacts on the environment, this is another way to think about it, too. And this is sort of the CEQA in reverse concept for the wonky CEQA folks, of which I'm probably the only one in the room, apart from Lee. But if things happen in the surrounding environment, CEQA does not require you to evaluate the impacts from the environment on a project, right? It's really about are there changes happening to the project that have the potential to have different, worse impacts than were analyzed, again, back in 2016. So I'm not clear how, again, changes in the regulatory regime or in things that really don't touch on how much water this particular hotel is going to use, have the potential to open up the need for, again, additional studies or what that would really mean. It's kind of a weird one.
I just have one more question, and I'll pass to you. But I am curious too. So it's I haven't had this circumstance before where Facebook's like a party to this, but it's the developers, the hotel. So my question actually relates to the issue that was raised at our last meeting about the 30%. What we're finding now is that in recent housing developments, about 30% of those apartment units are being eaten up by corporate rentals. And so what I'm curious to know is, although Facebook is a party to this evening, though not technically here, as a condition of approval, can we say to Facebook, we're approving this hotel, no corporate rentals anymore within apartment stock in Menlo Park? So you weren't here that night, Bill, but basically coming out of the housing study, what was discussed that evening was that there was a discovery that a number of our apartment owners are saying that rather than rent hotel rooms, and I don't know if Facebook's guilty of this or not, but regardless of either way, that a number of our apartment units, new apartment units, are being bought up by tech companies, and people are being put there on short-term stays, and that is not the intent of creating new housing, and it's certainly taking away TOT from the city as well.
Right. So that's a separate discussion item. That is an item that can be taken up, and it's both short-term rentals, but it is also, kind of like corporate group rentals.
But does it have to be a different item? Because if Facebook is a party to what we're doing this evening, can we make it a condition of approval for in essence, the hotel on their property?
Well, I mean, this is a hotel. So,
I know. As a condition of approval for this hotel, can we make a part of that condition of approval that there's not going to be any purchasing of apartment stock within Menlo Park, any leasing of that?
No, because that's a totally different issue. We're dealing with this project. It's a conditional development permit for this project. So if we wanted to approach the topic of corporate leasing of apartments, that is a different subject matter. It's a different ordinance. It would have to go into the code. It wouldn't just apply to Facebook. It would apply to other employers in Menlo Park.
If we wanted to do it all to them, but can we say, so I can't say to Facebook tonight, you want this hotel project, we're going to go ahead and do this hotel project with the amendment to the initial terms with the 240 extra room, and we're going to go ahead and move the spaces over, and we're going to, but as a result of that, no more corporate leasing of apartments.
So they have a development agreement on the rest of their project. The only topic, there are two topics that are really before you. So one is the 40 additional rooms. It's either a yes or a no, and it's the reduction of parking and allowing a shared parking arrangement between the Facebook parking garage and that. So we don't have the ability, because of the development agreement in part, to impose additional conditions on the Facebook project that's unrelated to these 40 rooms. I mean, there has to be a nexus between the 40 rooms that are being asked for in this hotel project, because they have entitlement to build a 200-room hotel. Up to 176,000 square feet. So putting a different condition that is an operational condition that's unrelated to the 40 rooms?
I would argue it's not. I would argue that there could be a nexus if you looked at how many apartment units were being rented by Facebook. If we had that number, we could say that's an offset based on what is actually being rented out in the apartment stock.
We can ask them if they're willing to agree to that condition. I don't know that the people from Facebook that could make that decision are here, so I don't know how we could do that.
Well, I'd highlight, just so folks know, this is a big issue of concern for us right now since we learned this issue was an issue. So we absolutely, I shouldn't speak for my colleagues, but my sense is that there was concern about this because we've been approving housing for renters, and if it's being eaten up by by corporate rentals for short term, we're losing the TOT and we're losing the housing stock. And I'm not really. Happy to have another hotel, but not have the hotel for people who aren't employees who are visiting on a business trip, but then the employees are putting into the apartment stock.
So again, that would be an ordinance that prohibits corporate housing, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Google, whether it's Apple, whether it's some other employer that may be leasing units in Menlo Park, whether that employer may be in Redwood City, it may be Stanford University, it may be, there may be other employers, and so it's totally appropriate as a policy matter to consider an ordinance that would limit or prohibit or restrict that kind of, corporate rental, if you will, blocks of rooms for other than, long-term housing.
Well, and to be totally fair, I don't know if as I sit here this evening, I don't even know if Facebook's doing this.
Right.
So it could be a very easy condition of approval. It could be nothing. But we just know it's happening. And so that's why I thought, well, it's something easy that potentially could just be solved this evening with one entity. But if that's not doable this evening, I'd express I do want that to come back to us as soon as we can as a policy issue. For consideration by the council. I have other things to talk about in terms of design, and that's fine. I see you saying great, and I don't even know if you guys. I'm happy to talk about it. You want to? Yeah, you want to come on up? So you can clarify you're not doing it and make it clear on the record, or. But.
Good evening, council members. So I'm Mayor Taylor Fergus, the chair of Facebook. So myself and Chris Hom are both here from Facebook. So one, to my best of my knowledge, Facebook doesn't own any apartments in Menlo Park. I don't know if we do corporate housing in Menlo Park. We do corporate housing in the area. I don't know if we do any in Menlo Park. I'm pretty sure we don't put people up in short-term rentals. To the best of my knowledge, again, we don't put people up in short-term rentals in corporate housing. That makes no sense because usually those are folks that are going to be here for a couple of months stay. I do know that we put up a lot of people in hotels around the whole area, and most of those are not in Menlo Park because there are no hotels in Menlo Park, especially at a reasonable price point. You got Hotel Nia that's $800 or $900 a night, and you got the Four Seasons down the road, and there's nothing at a reasonable price point, which is why we're putting forward Citizen M as a hotel. But to the best of my knowledge, I don't know of where the study is you're referring to or anything like that. But happy to talk to you about it, meet about it, and discuss it further. But not, to the best of my knowledge, as I say, I don't know anything about it. So.
I appreciate you clarifying it, Fergus. Thank you. And I wanted to make clear, I didn't know if it was happening. We just got the study back that told us this, that it is happening in Menlo Park. So thank you for clarifying.
Be happy to look into it. As I say, myself and Chris here, we don't know anything about it.
Okay. I do have other questions about the design, but they're not clarifying questions, so I'll wait till then.
I just wanted to make one comment. My understanding was that the property is being leased, not purchased by corporations. So it's not something where a corporation is coming in and purchasing the properties. They're just taking on long leases and then having their employees go through or their visitors go through as they need corporate housing.
That is my understanding as well. I mean, not about Menlo Park, but this is happening, all over the area where, corporations, because they're having difficulty for short-term housing, and it oftentimes is more than just, within the 30 days, but it's a longer period of time, and they rent this housing so that they can bring people for periods of time. So again, if that's a policy direction, then ultimately the council needs to give that policy direction, determine where this falls within the priorities and other programs, and is it an Airbnb issue at the same time? I mean, because there are multiple issues. That's just not the corporate housing. There are also, some of these newer apartment buildings, companies are leasing blocks and then Airbnb-ing them as well. And that's a different issue, but both of them are potentially taking housing stock out of the inventory so that it's not available for residents who are living and working or want to live and work in Menlo Park. So ultimately, again, at some point you need to close the public hearing. And if we've taken, I don't even know if we've taken all of the public comment or if there's more. And then
Councilmember Nash is. Do we have more public comment? No, we don't have any more public comment, so I need to close the hearing.
And so then it may be worthwhile to take a little break so that we can kind of huddle and look at Peter Dreckmeyer's letter. I think we have maybe 1 or 2 copies, but it did not come into CCN. I mean, so I don't know where it was sent, but it's unfortunate that it's showing up at the very last minute.
So we will take a 10-minute break.
Whether there's adequate water supply to serve a project. It also looks at single and multiple dry years and considers the fact that reduction measures are put into place in those drought years that are applicable to all projects, throughout the city, and assumes that those conservation measures will get put in place by the project in order to achieve those necessary conservation amounts. From a quick peek, and like I said, I am not a water expert. That's why Chris is going to talk next. But it looks like what's referenced in the letter is a sort of worst-case scenario drought situation in which reduction measures would be required to be, potentially up to 50%, which is more significant. But those water reduction measures, were they necessary, would be put in place on this project as much as any other project. It's not something that would impact the water supply. It would be similar to the logic of, well, when you need conservation measures, that percentage conservation would be applied to the project. And I'll let Chris chime in because he has some specific information and correspondence relative to this issue.
Right. So the city received some correspondence from SFPUC and some sample language of what they've included in water supply assessments on projects that are being approved by the city of San Francisco. Like Lee mentioned, during normal years, there's no projected unnecessary drought restrictions. So SFPUC can provide all of the water that Menlo Park is obligated to receive, and is going to be able to do that for the foreseeable future. There are 3 different scenarios for dry years in relation to the Bay Delta plan. Scenario 1 requiring no more than 20% of a system-wide rationing. Scenario 2, which also will result in no more than 20% rationing. And a third scenario, the SFPUC estimates would impose up to 39% rationing across all retail services and up to 18% for specific projects. So similar, this project or any individual project that is within the city's overall allocation of water by SFPUC could make the same findings.
Yeah, so it just occurred to me, just some math. Let's imagine we got this wrong this evening, and we're wrong, and we need to update our water allocation numbers. We would still be okay with this decision this evening because we wouldn't exceed what was assumably what's coming in Connect Menlo and the other projects that were studied in that EIR aren't completely subsumed by this one project. The question would be, is after we approved it, whether or not there would be a deduction in the amount of water available to the rest of the projects.
Right, and just remember, the only thing you're doing is 40 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
They have an entitlement to the 200 rooms, though that water has already been reserved for this project through the development agreement for this project. So it's really, what's the impact of 40 rooms, not 240 rooms?
But let's imagine that we still do have to do the reassessment.
then we would do that reassessment, and the water would be pulled out of what still hasn't been approved in those EIR processes.
That is correct.
Okay. Because there's a lot of buffer there, because I'm assuming the 40 rooms isn't going to throw us over the rest of what's in the general plan. We have a lot of buffer. The question will be after tonight is, are we going to go back, do that reassessment, and if there's an issue, just let the applicant know that this is going to apply to the rest of they're going to have to figure out to find reductions in the rest of their projects.
So the answer is yes, we would presumably do a more in-depth analysis of whether or not we need to do any updated water supply assessment for any of the other projects in the pipeline. But there are a significant number of other projects in the pipeline that would be using a lot more water than the 40 rooms.
Okay, so I guess then if the council wants to proceed tonight, we can give that direction to look into whether or not, talk with the PUC and the other agencies of whether or not that assessment needs to be redone.
I mean, I think we'll do that whether we have council direction or not, just to make sure, because the issue has now been raised.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to review that. We certainly would have to do it with respect to anything that goes beyond the caps in Connect Menlo. And we know that would have to be done anyway.
I appreciate that would happen. I would say to my colleagues, because it has been raised, just to cover us in the record, I'd still probably want that to be part of the motion that we requested that, should we get to there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I have a clarifying question. The water assessment evaluation is a part of an overall plan, and the water supply evaluation, or do I have it backwards? I should have written it down when you explained it to me earlier.
Yeah, so when we do specific projects, like, for example, the Facebook Campus Expansion Project, there are certain triggers in the law that require us to do a water supply assessment to determine that there's adequate water available to supply the project. So that's the WSA. When we did the general plan, we did a water supply evaluation because the triggers that are in the code relative to an assessment weren't there, but we wanted to examine whether there was adequate water supply for the projected development that we were looking at through Connect Menlo. And that's the WSE.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Are there any other questions on water? I know that we had some other questions for the applicant. Are we ready to move on to the... Oh, Councilmember Carlton, did you have any questions about the water supply?
Not about the water. I have other questions, but I'll let you guys go first.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the design, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to ask this to you guys before you came this evening, but I'm looking at the modular design. It strikes me that I was wondering if there was a way, so I know the Planning Commission, when they looked at it, what they thought about was, can you put art on one side of it? I think what they were trying to do was sort of soften those concrete sides that are open, because it's very modular. And looking at it, what I'm wondering is, would you be open to investigating vertical gardens on those side concrete areas? I think that would soften the aesthetic quite a bit and also match the other Facebook buildings in that when they have the roof gardens. I'm not asking you to do that. I know that's incredibly expensive, but the vertical gardens on the sides on the concrete would soften significantly the modular structure within the background. I don't know if that's something that's interesting to you, or if you think that it's a major impediment.
Well, to clarify that, yeah, if we could.
Yeah, if you go ahead and bring up the pictures. Right. So if you bring up the pictures, I frankly think it's going to make the building really. I mean, I'm not an architect, but I like the way the building would look with it. So a lot of the. If you're looking at the sides...
So the side wall where that red stair is?
That side, so basically the side wall where the red stair is, but then also, the little carve-out areas in the centers, the pop-out areas? Mm-hmm. If there were vertical gardens there, and you know what I mean by a vertical garden, like a wall of basically plant.
It's something we could think about. I mean, it's certainly it's a maintenance issue. It would also be... We would have to look at whether that would be... climatically appropriate for this area.
So I know it was something that Facebook initially proposed on some of their buildings, and actually, ironically, the Planning Commission rejected it at the time.
Yeah, so it was actually Menlo Gateway, and it had a design on the parking garage with a planted wall, and as they were doing the final design, it was brought to their attention that some other buildings that had built with those walls, the problem is the plants die, and then they die all the way up, and so there were issues about how they would look and how they would survive. So they ended up coming back through the process to put that glass kind of interesting wall on the side of the parking garage to replace that for that reason. I mean, I'm looking at Frank and Lee, if either of you remember that, but they came back through that process, and it may.
I know there's hydroponic systems now that try to take care of the plants dying, but regardless, candidly, what I'm having trouble with still is those walls, just because it's so modular that you look at it, those white walls really jump out at me, but that's me personally. So I hear comments from my colleagues. But that's my biggest concern on this is just how it integrates with the rest of the community nearby. And as I look at it from the street level, it still appears a bit stark. And so I'm trying to figure out how can we address that. And I know that's something that we're commenting on this evening.
I have a follow-up question on that. Is that because of the modular building? The reason why it has
why it has a blank wall, correct. So the room is basically, actually I can show you here. I'm just going to click through to some other images of what that module would be like. So it's essentially a shipping container where you have two rooms in the hallway in between ganged together, and a large punched window at the end of each one, and the sort of party wall in between them. Right. So there's a blank wall as they're getting stacked together, and that's expressed basically at the end of the bar.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mueller, did you have any other?
No, candidly, I'm going to follow, and Mayor Taylor, I'm going to follow your lead to some extent on the aesthetics. But I am curious to hear my colleagues. I do think the inside obviously is incredible. It's it's what you guys do interior to the building is really cool. There's no other way to describe that. What I'm thinking of tonight as I look at it is I'm just trying to figure out how I make sure that the outside of that building is something that the neighborhood who lives nearby is proud of. So I'm trying to think, is there some way that we can touch that? So, but certainly the inside is. I get what you're trying to. I think it's pretty cool the way the inside looks. I get it. It's just I'm having a tough time with the outside because. And again, very focused on the community, especially because this is again one of the first projects in this area that's an amenity that's coming for them with the restaurant and the outdoor space, and really with thinking about what that means, what it looks like to them as to residents as they pass it every day, on that in that way. So.
Excuse me, may I jump in since we're talking about the exterior?
Yes.
I noticed in the staff report you talked about changes in lighting to deal with bird safety. I was wondering, since this is a 5-story building near an area where we have migrating birds, and that's a lot of glass, are you going to be using bird-safe glass?
Yes, the entirety of the building, except for the ground level at the lobbies, will be in bird-safe glass.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. And thank you from the bird migrating through.
Councilmember Nash, did you have a question? Okay. I have a few questions. One is, you reference in the staff report limited service, a limited service hotel. So what does a limited service hotel mean? And you may have said that in the presentation you said earlier, but.
Yeah, a limited service hotel would basically take away certain amenities that you would see in, for example, a conference room or a full service hotel, which is you would have a ballroom, you would have room service, you would have all sorts of catering. We are not that. We have a very sort of select, curated selection of what we believe is important to this location.
Thank you. And then I have a question. I think this is more for staff. I don't know which page of the staff report referred to a second addendum to the use permit. Let me find the page.
Yeah, I mean, and while you're looking for the page, the second addendum is to the certified EIR for the Facebook campus expansion project. The CDP amendment, the conditional development permit amendment that's in front of you tonight for consideration, that's the third amended and restated, just to make sure we're talking about all the seconds and thirds. And that's just, that takes the previously approved CDP and adds in the specific hotel conditions.
It says the second addendum determined that the proposed project would not result in greater impacts than were identified in the certified EIR. No action is required on the second addendum, but the document should be used in the City Council's evaluation of the proposed project. And so that's a part of the staff report as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe there was a link to the second addendum in the staff report.
Okay. My next question is, can you put up the map that has the hotel, and it shows Bayfront, and then it shows Constitution, but it identifies it as Facebook Way? So my first question is, will the street name change?
So I think on one of the maps, the private driveway that comes off Chilco is labeled Constitution, but that actually isn't Constitution. The applicant, I believe, is also looking at address changes to change it to 3 Facebook Way, but that's tentative right now, and they'll be looking at the final addressing for the project at the building permit stage.
So Constitution will stop at Chilco?
Correct.
So is it possible, and this may be late to ask this, I wasn't here when this project was first presented, my goal is to take as many buses, cars off of Chilco, period. Is it possible to not have an entrance on Chilco and to use Bayfront, since you will have a private road to use internally to help with circulation?
Well, one important consideration for us is that it's publicly accessible, and if we were to come off of Bayfront, we'd be going through Facebook security, essentially, reducing the sort of public accessibility of the project. It would.
There's another map. This one isn't a good one. Let me find. It's the one that shows, I think, the hotel entry. Yeah, this one.
So just to clarify, Mayor, if you're referring to, I think there's a 3 or 4 foot, 5 foot strip of grass off of Bayfront. That land is actually not owned by Citizen M nor Facebook. It's owned by PG&E. So it would be. We studied all sorts of egress and access options. And that was one that was not feasible to either party because we couldn't control that land.
Okay. You have a question?
Just to follow this thought a little bit further, one of my concerns has been Chilco right now is very, very challenging, both in a car and on bike. and I'm just seeing that this is going to add to the traffic. How are you planning to manage that? What's the thought here?
Good evening. Robert Eccles from Fair and Piers, and we are traffic and transportation consultants. So a couple of things. One, your question about coming off of Bayfront. One is it would have to be through an existing access point, which would be down by building 21. And that Caltrans is not going to create any more breaks on Bayfront Expressway. So if you come in at building 21, as it was pointed out, there is the security underneath the buildings, and that security line really forms right where the new parking structure is being built. So the hotel is going to need to have its access off of Chilco, basically. In terms of, again, this whole hotel was part of the process that approved the whole expansion. So in terms of this particular hotel and this property, I don't know that we can change anything on it. I think some good news is that hotels actually are generating fewer trips in this hotel because of its proximity to this large area of office. We've used some fairly standard trip generation rates for the studies, but in reality, those trip generation rates don't take into account the fact that we're going to have people that come there, they can then go to their meetings, they can spend their time, they don't have to drive off site and to the site. So in a sense, the hotel should be helping when you think about the really big picture.
Although, if you don't mind me interrupting, the comparison that you made was with the hotel in Mountain View on El Camino Real, which has vastly more transit options than we have out in the Bayfront area.
Well, to be honest with you, though, the transit use at hotels like that, the business hotels, is not actually that great because there's transit along El Camino, which is good because people who are coming to work there can use it. But in terms of the actual hotel visitors arriving by transit, that's not something that really happens that often, to be honest with you. But the other thing is that, again, we are seeing a trend that because either people are coming to the hotels together, it's hard to know exactly what all the factors are, but we're seeing that from 5 and 10 years ago, hotels generated a lot more trips. But now they're actually, in the latest studies, they're actually generating somewhat fewer trips in terms of actual vehicle trips. And that's based on the research. Why those trends are happening, I can't tell you in a holistic way, but it is happening.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so actually for me, I actually accept the transit issues because it's taking the 187 from the project already. And I actually get the fact that there's less transit involved with the hotel from my own travel for hotels. I take a lift, I get to the hotel, I'm there, and I don't like to actually take another lift unless I have to go somewhere. But I just don't rent cars anymore. And I know a lot of people like that. They just don't rent a car and don't take a parking space. I'm going to drop in terms of the aesthetics issue, if it's not an issue to my colleagues, I just want you guys to all know it's not going to be a sticking point for me if you're fine with it. So that's fine. But yeah, I understood that, look, on the trip count, that's coming from somewhere else in the project. And the hotel actually is going to have less trips than what they're using it for anyway to begin with. So I'm fine with that transfer.
Can you put the screen up that shows what we're supposed to give direction on, what we're supposed to approve, just in case that there are any amendments that anyone wants to make? Councilmember Carlton, did you have anything that you wanted to add or ask?
Yes. Let's just check that it was. All right, so I asked about the bird safety glass. Thank you for that. And I am sad that the BMR requirement goes down because of the reduced square foot, but I understand that how that's calculated. It says that the highest parking is at night, and I am actually genuinely worried about the parking situation, mostly because if this is an affordable hotel, that means it's going to be full because it'll be pretty much the only affordable hotel around. And on page 200, it says the hotel and the restaurant staff would need to be issued an appropriate ID to allow them to use the Facebook parking areas. And I would ask that this isn't would, this is will. If you look, this will help a lot in the mornings because there's said to be 25 hotel staff. It says they don't know how many restaurant staff members will be there. But as an example, where 36 spaces short, and that's what's given in the staff report, and that's not even a full hotel in the morning. If we had 25 staff people plus however many people are in the restaurant, that might mitigate the problem right there. Now, it's not going to fully mitigate the problem in the evening where we're going to have 50 to 76 parking shortfall. But my request is that just upfront, let's deal with this and have the staff for both the hotel and the parking, give them the ID, give them what they need, and have them park in the Facebook lot.
Maybe it's helpful if I just explain the parking arrangement. So we have 118 spaces that would be on site and 127 in the shared parking garage. The clocks of the hotel and the offices are opposite. When the hotel lights go on, the office lights go off. The priority for the on-site parking will be restaurant and any day guests. The shared parking arrangement in the garage will be for employees, so people that have some sort of known ID that they're coming on a recurring basis, in addition to any compression or overflow, so any overnight guests that can be managed by the valet program. So I just wanted to clarify that, in addition to mentioning the fact that we believe we're taking trips off the road. Our studies have been that hotel nights generated by employers in this area are about 450 to 500, and these are trips that are going to other cities up and down the peninsula. So those are trips that, in theory, are being taken off the road because somebody's coming in, staying for 2 nights, but not taking the intermittent trips in between.
Yeah, I'm not worried about trips at this point. I'm just talking about parking. And while I appreciate what you just said, that is not what is in the report that I'm reading from Katie Mader. Staff, her page 17 says that hotel and restaurant employees would be issued appropriate identification. And I'm saying instead of would, it should be will to cover that. So what you're saying is great. I'm just saying that's not what it says in the report. So I want to make sure that actually happens.
So if I may, there is a term sheet relative to the shared parking agreement, and that it is subject to community development director review. So that's definitely something we can make sure that, it will happen as it's intended.
Okay, great. Because I think that on the parking issue itself, it will help a great deal to make sure that that's just dealt with up front. But as was just explained to me, what you explained to me sounds fine.
Are there any other clarifying questions? Councilmember Nash?
So
No, I just want to make sure. So what you just described will happen? That will be part of the agreement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I'm actually not concerned about the parking. I'm okay with the parking. I'm okay with the modular design. I'm actually very happy with the work with JobTrain and the whole idea of how you will be doing the hiring. What I don't see is what is the benefit to the residents of Menlo Park for the 40 extra rooms? And I do see that it will generate more traffic.
Is that a question for the applicant or for staff?
Well, I guess it's a statement, and if anyone wants to refute it, like, what is the benefit to the residents of Menlo Park of having 40 extra rooms rather than just permitting the 200 rooms? And I suppose another question is, what would you do if we approve 200 rooms and not 240 rooms?
So to be clear, we need the 40 extra rooms to make the project economically feasible. But as far as benefits are concerned, we believe that, one, there's more diversity in food and beverage offering provided to this area, and that not only is there now a full-service restaurant that's much closer to Bell Hill.
Thank you. Yes, I've been to a number of the presentations and am very impressed with what, I'm not having a problem with the 200-room hotel, which is already in the development agreement. It's really why I'm not there for the 40 extra rooms. What do the 40 extra rooms give us beyond what the 200-room hotel gives us?
Right, and my response to that would be that is the amount of scale that we felt is needed in order to make the project feasible.
So feasibility for the applicant. The 40 rooms equal feasibility for the applicant. What Councilmember Nash is wants answered is, what is the benefit to the city of Menlo Park for those 40 rooms to be not just feasible to you, but for the benefit of Menlo Park as a whole? If I'm
Well, I think he's saying they're not good. It's not economically going to work out. They're not going to do the project with 200 rooms. So if the city of Menlo Park wants the amenities, it's got to be 240.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the 40 extra rooms, not to mention, add TOT to the city's revenue pool, in addition to any other impact fees that are generated on a per key basis.
How much TOT are you expecting from the hotel per year?
I think we projected about 2.2 million, roughly, on a stabilized basis.
So the development agreement says that guarantees 1.25 million, if I read it correctly. How does this balance out? And I saw something which I honestly did not read all of it, about that there's a refund to the developer if we exceed something.
So not entirely sure. I mean, there is a revenue guarantee in the development agreement, and so it's designed so that if the TOT revenue doesn't reach the revenue guarantee benchmark, that they will then make up the delta between that higher dollar amount and the TOT revenue. But if the TOT revenue exceeds the revenue guarantee, that there's no refund to the developer. That's still all.
I don't know if that's really what it was. I did not have a chance to go into it.
Yeah, but I mean,
okay.
Probably what you're thinking of, my guess would be, is the delta between the revenue, the TOT revenue, and the revenue guarantee, and that's what they have to make up if they fall short of the revenue guarantee.
But if it exceeds the 1.25 million, Menlo Park is...
The city of Menlo Park still gets all the TOT revenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the development agreement says that Menlo Park gets an extra 1% of the TOT on top of the TOT.
That's included in their projections, though, that additional 1%. So the answer is yes, but there is an issue about whether or not we need to put that on the ballot in November in order to be able to guarantee that we can get it. Not that, so
I understand. Taxes have to go before
Taxes have to go for voter approval. Menlo Gateway, we had voter approval of the development agreement, which included the additional 1% TOT. So we have had some conversations about coming back to the council with a proposal to put a ballot measure on in November that would allow the city through development agreements to increase the TOT by 1%. And that would then guarantee that we would get it.
So if we decide to do that, my understanding is we are currently at 10%. That's a fact. My understanding,
we're at 11%.
For this, because it's the plus.
Oh, for this we're at 11%, but I believe in the...
No. We're citywide, we're at 11 or 12.
I'd have to pull up the memo.
We're at 11 or
but I
12,
think
and this
we're-
is an additional percent over that. We
Oh, really?
increased
Okay.
voter approval, approved it above the 10%
Oh,
for
good.
6
So
years.
Deanna says 12%.
Because my comment was going to be...
So citywide, we're at 12%. So then the
wonderful.
1%, the 1% above would be at 13% for this project.
Okay, very good. It's my understanding is the surrounding cities are at 14 and 15%, is what I heard last Friday riding the train with.
It varies. I
Another
mean, not
council.
all of them are, but some are.
Okay.
Correct. And again, that's a different question, and the city could consider doing that as well.
I'm just thinking if we go to a ballot, we should go higher.
We certainly could.
Or we should consider it.
Right. But so just to go back, there are some other tax provisions that says that, they're guaranteeing certain tax revenues, the TOT, and they're guaranteeing certain other tax revenues. And so they don't have to double pay for those guarantees. So there's some, there are some equalizing provisions or some offsetting provisions. But the bottom line is, if they're projecting an additional $1 million a year in TOT over the guarantee, that is money that would just come to the city. No refund.
Excuse me. What I am wondering is the 40 extra rooms, I'm being told, well, obviously they will generate more TOT if they're filled. Is that something where any of that will then trip something in the development agreement, which then means that we really won't get the full benefit of 40 rooms?
No, because we get TOT, and let's say hotels operate at a percentage of occupancy. And so if they're running at 82% or something like that, it's a really good percentage, And so when they do these projections, they do it based on a percentage of occupancy, weekdays, weekends. There are different rates that work for all that kind of stuff. Anyway, we just get all the TOT regardless of how many rooms there are. But if they're running at 80%, you're then getting 80% of 40 rooms. So it's that additional TOT for that number of additional rooms. So
Not quite, because if you're running at 80%, then you still may be under at the 200 rooms, because then you would just be running at a higher percentage of 200 rooms as opposed to...
Correct, but the problem is you may not get the project at all if we don't have 240 rooms. Again, that's up to the applicant to decide, but at some point it doesn't pencil for them because they need the additional ability to get the room revenue to make the whole project work. And so it's about whether you think the project as a whole is providing benefit or not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carlton, do you have any final questions?
No, I've asked my questions. Thank you.
So the next steps here are approving the conditional use permit.
It's approving a resolution to approve the CDP amendment, which all appears as attachment A to the staff report. And if we didn't close the public hearing, we should close the public hearing first. We did? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm getting old.
So now we need to make a motion, and at the moment, Councilmember Nash is not there yet.
Are you there?
I'm almost there. Honestly, I'm the only one here that drives in that area every day. So I'd rather see the hotel on the corner than the parking structure. That's my only motivation for supporting this. It's not for the TOT. It's not for any of that. I see more traffic on Chilco. So that's what I see. And for me, I have to look at what's the benefit for the city as a whole, what is the impact on the community and the benefit, the immediate community, and honestly, it's visibility of Bayfront and Chilco. The build out from Marsh to Willow Road is a lot to handle, and so to leave that little empty spot there without anything, it makes sense to put the hotel there. So for me, whether it's 200 units or 240 units, doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter.
Yeah, so I would just say, again, like I'm totally happy to put my issues about aesthetics aside to support you in that. So happy to move forward with it.
Councilmember Nash.
I guess I'm just really concerned about the extra traffic that is going to be generated, not just by the 40 rooms, but the 200 rooms is there. And I do think there are benefits from the hotel. But I guess I'm disappointed that would love to hear from you.
Just to be clear, though, the trip cap is not being disturbed to the development agreement.
But the trip cap is 26,440 cars per day. How much, I guess what a question is, how many cars do we currently have? Where are we at the trip cap right now? How many times have we exceeded the daily trip caps by for the morning and the evening? And if we're currently at 18,000, and this is going to put us at 20,000. That is a difference, even though it's not exceeding the trip cap. So that's what...
I don't have that information to respond to.
So because the building 22 has not been completed, for the Bayfront properties there, we are below the trip cap. The city monitors this. I don't know if Nikki wants to, talk about it. I mean, they're at the Classic campus. There have been some violations, but that's something that the city works with them each year. I don't honestly know off the top of my head how many of those there are. But right now, the Bayfront property is not generating at its trip cap level because it's waiting for the rest of the development to occur. So I'm kind of losing where,
That's the scary part. Yes. Because the build out hasn't been completed. Mm-hmm. And the impacts are already, they're horrible, honestly. And so that's the fear, is that it's by approving another project that's going to have cars, whether it's 10 or 100, it's still going to have an impact. And the fact that we don't know what the full build-out is going to bring. Mm-hmm. We just don't know. There's 80,000 cars that cross the Dunbarton Bridge. That's one factor. Mm-hmm. There's already the circulation there. And I'm estimating, because I live in the community, that there's probably about 50,000 people working around that area every day. Mm-hmm. And those could be cars, plus the people that live there that drive too. Right. So there's just all these factors. Mm-hmm. In the staff report, it said something about a regional transportation route. Well, I'm not sure what that meant. I was going to ask, but it's kind of silly because there isn't anything regional there that is for everyone. Solutions are for certain people there.
Right.
So that's the concern.
I didn't prepare the staff report, so I would have to.
It's okay. It's just, and I understand why Councilmember Nash is struggling. I did not approve the general plan. I didn't approve the expansion project, which is why we struggle with it, because certain things we would have made sure was in there. And so now, when we're getting these projects, whatever we can do to improve it, especially for the people that live in the area, that's what we strive for. So be patient with us.
And citywide, we are struggling with traffic congestion. Very honestly, that was one of the major reasons why I was elected, is on traffic congestion. The only way that I truly know to diminish traffic congestion is not put as many trips there and not put as many visitors or workers, but that's not what we're discussing tonight.
Well, but I think the point was, though, that the actual difference in hotel rooms is actually a decrease in traffic, because it's coming from it's coming against the trip cap that's going for the office building. And so that's why on that issue, but like I said, I didn't approve the general plan either, guys, but the question is before us, is it actually the way it's being calculated actually decrease what the impact is in this project one versus the other? And I think that's what they've represented.
But however, there's 400 rooms coming in addition, so this would make it 360. So it's not as though if you were to build a 200-room hotel, which I know you're saying we can't do that, but if you were to do the 200-room hotel, which you have, which is in the plan, we still have 400 more rooms not coming to absorb the rest of it. So it's not like within, I don't know, some period of time, we're not going to have space for those people. So this is where I'm struggling, and the other 400 rooms, what isn't going to be absorbed by Facebook, will be people coming through and coming into town, which is good. Hopefully they will spend money in our retail and we'll get a thriving retail. But it's how we get traffic congestion. And it's also, well.
Yeah, and I think the only 2 points I would make is that there's not going to be a satisfying technical answer with data. I mean, traffic out there is awful. And I think what distinguishes sort of this proposal from what you would be looking at in terms of projects that are undergoing review under Connect Menlo is, it's been on the books since 2016, and there is a trip cap in place. And it is the right location for a hotel. So whether it's 40 keys here or 40 keys, on the other side of Marsh or somewhere else, this location is kind of uniquely situated relative to the neighborhood, especially given the ped and bike improvements along Chilco. So it's closer, it's accessible. There aren't a lot of other choices out there. So at a 10,000-foot level view, I can absolutely understand why any additional ask gives you some heartburn. But looked at holistically, I think it is the right location. And given the trip cap, given the fact that it's been on the books since 2016, it's not going to get any better than that moving forward. And
I'd just make the point, if you're talking about congestion, kind of goes back to that sort of the theories around transit demand. The reason why this hotel is being built where it's being built is because, and being built with the partner it's being built, is assumably these people are going to be going to Facebook, right? So if you put 200, so there is a demand, and if you put 240 hotel rooms there, assumably they're going to be going a short distance, as opposed to if you put those hotel rooms, if those people had to go rent those 40 hotel rooms somewhere else and have to get to Facebook. That's why Facebook is putting the hotel in there. So it's actually a decrease in congestion on the site, the trips generated by the site, and a decrease in congestion of people going from a hotel room somewhere to the Facebook campus.
I don't buy that, but only because we have the 400 rooms coming somewhere else. So what I would buy is that we'll have 360 rooms somewhere else. So if we use the 40 rooms.
No, how do you not buy the 40 rooms, though? Because if the 40 rooms were somewhere else, they'd still have to get to the campus, right? All the people in those 40 rooms somewhere else would have to get to the campus.
Well, but the 400 rooms are in Bayside.
talking about the 400 rooms. That's not at issue tonight. What's at issue tonight is the 40 extra rooms. If those 40 extra rooms aren't there on that hotel, they're somewhere else. Those are people who are trying to get to Facebook. Assumably, they're building the 240 rooms for people trying to get to Facebook. If they're not located next to the Facebook campus, they are somewhere else, and they are going through roads trying to get to that Facebook campus.
I buy that, but that's only a short-term issue because we will be having 400 hotel rooms across Bayside, so that in a short period of time, we will likely have the 40 rooms somewhere else if we don't have them there.
Well, in the interest of time, it is 10:25, and I vowed that I would not sit here past 10:30 because I will not vote at 11 to extend the meeting. That's just being real. So I appreciate this hearing. I appreciate everyone's input. Forgive me for being so abrupt. What I would like to do is ask you a couple questions. One is, will you do 25% first source hiring? I know you signed an MOU with JobTrain. I've never seen it, so I don't know what the details are. I just know what Mr. Hathaway said. So would you commit to that? 25% first source hiring. So I haven't seen the MOU, and we can talk about this offline. I haven't seen the MOU with Barry Hathaway, but we can look at that. 25% first source hiring means if you are going to have 40 employees, well, you'd guarantee at least 10 of them would come from the immediate community. You can think about it, because I have another request.
I can have the conversation with you if you want to look at that MOU.
Okay.
Our job is to believe it's a mutual agreement.
You need to speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry about that.
Thanks.
Even though I could hear you, the public can't hear you.
What I could commit to is a sit down in good faith.
Okay.
I need to look at the MOU.
Okay.
I need to see what we've agreed to in the past.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I'm not done. That's ask one. Ask two is that the 40 rooms be at the new TIF? Oh, they are at the new TIF. So what did you I'm sure you don't want to do 240 rooms at the new TIF?
That would not be nice for us.
What's the difference?
The concern that I have about the new TIF is the new TIF. I understand that this is a difference of one. No. The difference is 1.44 million. And the reason why is the TIF is actually something that directly relates to the cost that we need for the infrastructure. It's something that's, and I understand that there's a development agreement based on the old TIF. I'm asking that you could get my vote, given everything and hearing my council members, if this is allowed, if you will upgrade to the new TIF for the entire project, so not just the 40 rooms, but the 240 rooms. It is a difference of 1.44 million to our TIF project, which then supports the traffic that is being generated by the new hotel.
So the city cannot condition that, but you're asking if they would do that. Is that what I'm understanding? We don't, the city can't unilaterally impose that as a condition, so you're asking if they will agree to that as a condition of approval?
Yes.
My last ask is that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Nash to join me on this, if we can sit down with the consultant for traffic and transportation, along with, I've met a few of the consultants with Facebook as well, just to talk about some things. I am really concerned about my community being trapped in and locked out. And that's not a part of this conversation. So, which is what I've had a problem with for quite some time, but it's not directly towards your project. So, can we commit? That's two conversations. One about the MOU and 25% first source hiring. The second is I'm asking that we can sit down, myself, Councilmember Nash, and talk with you and your team about traffic and transportation. And it's not you committing to paying for anything, but we all collectively need to talk about some solutions because there are negative impacts that are not being mitigated. And that's my concern.
Yeah, I could speak on behalf of Citizen M, and we would be committed to sitting down.
Thank you.
Robert? Robert says yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now let's vote.
Did they commit to the other items? Because if they haven't yet, what I would suggest is, if they're not going to commit tonight, rather than, why don't you guys sit down and like a meet and confer with them and bring it back to council on another evening?
I will vote no unless we have the new TIF on all the rooms.
Are there any other conditions to approval
I thought
from
you
any of
said
the other council members?
25% workforce. So, like I said, I'm going to follow the lead of my my colleague who lives in that district. So, I'm fine to follow that lead. But that's why it sounds like if there is that's why I suggest if it sounds like that there might be an impasse, that you all sit down rather than defeat it this evening. Sit down and meet and confer and talk about how you move forward. Because what will happen. So.
And actually, I would, the reason why I'm asking for this is because we have, the Bayside area is impacted with traffic worse than anywhere else in the city, and it's bad elsewhere. And so what I would like to do is actually have improvements near the hotel, on Chilco, in the Bayside, that would be used, that would be funded by the extra TIF money. So it would be directly related, if we can do this, directly related to the
Understood.
Hotel and occupancy.
Can I just ask Mayor Taylor if your decision is based on this as well?
It's a part of it.
Can I hear the other parts?
I discussed one of them, one of the other ones.
And we committed to both sit-downs.
But I see what you're doing as being positive. I just think there are some tweaks that need to be made. I don't want to hold you up or anybody else in this room, and so I would like to move forward, but include the pieces that will help us move forward together. So traffic, something around traffic and transportation, something around first source hiring. Those are the two main elements for me. The TIF is important too, because at least that would directly pay for whatever the improvements that we decide collectively would benefit the community the best.
So understood. So if those are the only sort of conditions to the approval, then we would agree to those three conditions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to follow up with our city attorney. Everything that we said is illegal and above board?
Yes, because they've agreed to the increased TIF rate for the 240 rooms. And so that would be part of the CDP that the applicant has agreed to, and then the two meetings to discuss traffic and looking at solutions, and with the idea that this additional TIF money would be used to address the conditions in the neighborhood and the vicinity of the project. And then the second meeting would be around the first source concept and discussing the agreements with JobTrain.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
Yes.
Are you in support of what we just discussed?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, Judy, have you captured everything?
My one request is for our city attorney to restate the full motion for the record.
And do not forget that part of the motion is direction to go back and look at the water cap. So
right. Okay. So if I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it's a motion to approve the resolution approving the CDP amendment, which appears as attachment A to the staff report, including a modification to the CDP to have the project would pay the new TIF rate for the 240 rooms rather than just for the 40 additional rooms. The applicant has agreed to also meet with it's the subcommittee, right, or just the mayor and council member Nash regarding and with Facebook, with traffic in the area, addressing issues around traffic in the area, and to also meet regarding the job train agreement and
25%.
and first source hiring. Thank you. I was blanking on the source word. I knew it was first. The first source hiring discussion. And the third and the last item would be, the motion would also include that we would, staff would go back and look at the water supply assessment and the water supply evaluation to make sure that if there are any changes or modifications, those are addressed with respect to the forthcoming projects.
And just a friendly amendment, I believe there was a percentage that you said for the hiring, so make sure that's, and I think it was 25%.
25%. I mean, again, for that conversation. Okay. And I think that, if that's okay with the applicant? Yeah. So that would be the motion.
Councilmember Carlton, can I have your vote for the motion on the floor?
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Combs recused.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. Okay, the next item on our regular business, item J. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. Item J1 authorizes City Manager to negotiate with Tim Sheeper to temporarily suspend Belhaven pool operations until Belhaven Community Center and Library project is completed and Belhaven Pool is reopened or rebuilt. And it is...
Great.
I'll
All right,
just
good
stop
evening.
there.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and members of the council. I will try to keep this as brief as possible. So related to our study session earlier this evening regarding the interim services, as well as the council resolution that was done on January 28th for the construction of a new Belhaven Community Center and Library, we will be expecting substantial impacts during construction, which would affect the surrounding areas as well as the Belhaven Pool. So with that, staff is requesting and recommending to the council authorize the city manager to negotiate with Tim Sheeper to temporarily suspend the Belhaven Pool operations until the community center and library project is completed and the Belhaven Pool is either reopened or rebuilt, and then all of the other terms of the agreement would remain in effect. We do also understand that Council has directed staff to bring back a study session at some point regarding the agreement, and that would also be one of the things that, if the Council wishes, direct staff to come back and return to Council. We are suggesting next year, given the project that we're working on in this coming year, we can study the terms and conditions of the Team Sheeper contract at that time, and whether or not to conduct an RFP process or not for Burgess, Belhaven, or both combination of the pools. And with that, I will end my introduction and ask for your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from Council? Councilmember Carlton, do you have any questions?
And if those,
Councilmember Carlton, can you repeat that? We're unable to hear you.
can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. I was asking about the scholarships for the students learning swimming that were available in Belhaven, and if any of those will transfer to the other swimming pool.
Councilmember Carlton, this is Derek Schweigert, Community Services Director. The question regarding the Beyond Barriers Foundation, that foundation really was set up specifically for supporting the Belhaven programs with scholarships. However, that being said, I know that it is the wish of council to look for opportunities for youth who cannot participate in swimming to swim over in the Burgess Pool, for instance, as an option. So one of the things that we're asking tonight is to negotiate with Team Sheeper on the changes to the agreement, and with that, we can have that discussion with them as well. So that, for instance, if youth want to participate in water polo or other classes that we would typically scholarship, see if those scholarships would apply to the Burgess Pool as well. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Carlton?
Yes, it did. Obviously, where we can, we don't want to cut the kids off.
Are there any other questions from Council? Councilmember Nash.
So I guess the first thing is I totally agree with suspending the Belhaven Pool contract as of the end of the contract, as of August 30th, correct. I believe it is, and holding that till we get the new pool. Do we have, my question as far as just generally on the Sheeper contract, do we, and I don't need the information right now if you don't have it, but do we have information on the revenue? I believe we're supposed to get it annually, and how much the city is actually paying, and including any soft costs or anything?
Right. So I think the amount that we mentioned, that the total cost is reflected in the staff report, I believe.
There was a $319,000.
Correct. That was
or the 380. I'm sorry, 381,000.
Correct, and that's what we assume with through the agreement. That would be the city's in cost for supporting having both pools open and so forth. The revenue that we receive from Team Sheeper happens every January. In fact, we did receive just another check from Team Sheeper. Right off the top of my head, it was somewhere in the amounts of $24,000 or $25,000. Which works out to the percentage above the minimum amount required for the contract. And so we're receiving that revenue to help offset some of those costs that we absorb.
So we're receiving back about 10% of what we're paying. I mean, under. Okay. So I guess it would be, I would love to have a conversation at some point about how that the $3.14 million was reached, and whether that's something that we can further negotiate, because
Absolutely.
and how much, what his costs truly are. Having said that, especially because it's getting very late, what I would like to see is, I think we should consider whether syncing the subscriptions with the contract, so changing the contract so that it finishes at the end of the year, since the subscriptions finish at the end. Subscriptions, when someone buys an annual pass,
Okay.
it's a calendar date.
Mm-hmm.
If we then have a contract with Sheeper that ends, I think it's August 30th, you then have, if we were to change vendors, we would then have a quarter, which is sort of in flux, where people have paid for it with one vendor, but now another vendor is providing it. So I'm thinking what I would recommend is that we actually don't have the bandwidth this year to go and take a look at these costs, that we suspend the Bellhaven pool and continue the Sheeper contract to December 2021. Mm-hmm. And at that point, prior to that end of that contract in 2021, we would look at we would do a review. In other words, just skip it this year. We don't have the resources, in my mind. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I also think that we should try and sync it up with the calendar year, just so that it makes it easier if we were to do a change.
So I think staff would like to come back and take a look at the schedule and the staffing, or rather the schedule and how it will fall out, but we can take a look at that and how it meshes with the contract that we have. And clearly we could advise our consultant or contractor that, if we go into negotiations or we're reviewing the agreement, you don't want to make commitments that you can't uphold. And so, however, not understanding the operation about how those subscriptions work, I would need to get more information. But I
had
did
one
understand
before.
the
They go on a quarterly or annual basis, and they're prorated to the end of the year.
Okay.
Well, you can do it either quarterly but it's with a calendar.
Absolutely. I'm definitely.
So anyway, yes, if we could look at it, but it makes sense to me that we have the contract and the subscriptions match, so that we don't somehow have another vendor who then somehow we have to recover that quarter.
Okay.
But I would also personally think we don't have the bandwidth, and it's not worth it to try and do an assessment this year, given everything else on the plate.
Great. We'll definitely bring
Thank
it
you.
back.
Do you have any questions? I have a question. Is it possible to have the contract with the Bellhaven pool extend to, say, October 1st, as opposed to ending towards the tail end of the summer, but being whatever the last day it can be opened? And I know that it has to be vacant by 2021.
Yep, I'm looking over to our city attorney over here, and I think we have a very small period of time in which to do this negotiation.
Okay.
It really will depend on our contractor.
Okay.
Also, I've been informed by my bosses that we're trying to tie the transitional services to have that all in place come September 1. However, if there is some wiggle room, we can definitely investigate it, and I'll definitely be working with our city attorney on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And my last question is, and Bill, I think this is for you. So I believe that the $60,000 that's used for the pool now can only it's tied to the pool. So that couldn't be used for the shuttle service to take people to the facility here. So is it possible to use any of the Measure T funds to do that? No?
No, I mean, Measure T has to do with bricks and mortar, basically, projects.
Okay.
So in terms of the $60,000, because it's in the development agreement and it specifies what the use is, if Facebook agrees to it, it could be. So that is a question that we could pose to Facebook if they were willing to continue to make the payments. I mean, I think it's only one more year of payments. I can't remember, but it was for a limited period of time. And so we could look at what the period of time is, ask Facebook if the money could be used for that purpose. And if they would.
And I think I could answer that question. I believe it was 5 years that the agreement was set up for funding. And given the time frame of when we signed the last agreement, we probably have some room in that, so we can investigate that. I do want to mention that I did include that on the staff report too, and something to consider, council to consider when we go to budget for next fiscal year is that there is a cost savings for closing the Belhaven pool. So if we are looking to potentially identify funding that could be reallocated or reappropriated for another purpose, we might look at that as well.
Okay. My interest is, as I said earlier, is having a shuttle service that's for activities, whether it's swimming, library, the skate park, just to bring people from one side of the community to the other.
Absolutely.
All right. So other than that, I didn't have any other questions. Councilmember Carlton, did you have any more questions?
City Council Member Carlton, do you have any more comments or questions on item J1?
No.
So does anyone want to make a motion?
Actually, what are we moving?
Here, to authorize the city manager to negotiate with Team Sheeper to temporarily suspend the Belhaven pool operations until the Belhaven Community Center and Library project is completed. Belhaven pool is reopened or rebuilt, and if not successful, terminate the Belhaven pool portion of the operating agreement.
I guess my question is, why wouldn't we just terminate it at this point, hopefully in October, for the Belhaven portion, and then restart it, keeping the Burgess portion going?
So technically, the contract isn't severable. So it's one contract that involves both pools. So it requires negotiation.
I guess I don't want to be tied into a contract when the new pool comes up that we haven't had a chance to take a look at.
We're not, because that new pool is not going to come up for 2.5 years.
So then the contract will be...
So the idea is in that 2.5 year period of time, you come back and revisit the whole Team Sheeper agreement and decide, are we tweaking that agreement, or are we going out for an RFP, or what is the process? And so that would be the examination, like in the year 2021, to decide what we're going to do when the pool comes online in 2022.
And I guess I would request that if I didn't understand from the staff report whether, and I don't need to know right now, whether or not it was by the 29th we had to actually make a decision or just put in a notification. So when it comes up again, if we can make sure that we have enough time to actually review the project before we actually are up against a wall and have to make a decision. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Nash, given the timing of how we were notified about the project and how quickly things moved, and we realized quickly that in order for us to make this move with Belhaven Pool, we needed to bring this item immediately. And so, yes, absolutely, we'll give advance notice and timing, and we'll need to have that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are ready to vote.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember Mueller? Oh. Okay, we'll move on to our next item, and we can get it done in 5 minutes or less. Item J2, approve recommendation by the Parks and Rec Commission and authorize the city manager to execute agreement with Menlo Park Public Art for a pilot public art proposal.
Do we have public comments on this issue?
We have no public comment on this item. I do have one public comment on K3.
Yeah, Mayor Taylor, I would suggest that we take the one we have public comment on and that we continue this item to the next meeting, if that's okay with my colleagues. There are some issues actually I'd like to talk about with staff anyway before we do it. I'm generally supportive of it. Just want to clarify some things. And I think it's going to be a longer conversation.
Okay, I agree. We'll take item K3 and continue the other items to our next meeting. And our first public speaker is Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening, Council. I'll be as brief as possible. First, so my main point is just at a future point, it might be good to have a policy discussion, if you haven't yet, regarding the input in the staff reports. And I have to be honest, I'm so tired, I don't know if I'm even going to convey it. But I noticed in this the staff report for the meeting, it just had the public speakers, and yet you got an awful lot of feedback via email. I sent some in. I know a lot of people did. And the previous report related to the meeting invited feedback and even gave the CCIN website or email address. So I guess philosophically, at some point, not tonight, it would be good to think about that, because this has also come up to me in a library commission. I couldn't go, I was traveling, but I took the time to actually analyze a survey they were running, the questions, and I had concerns. And the chair told me that would be attached to the minutes. And then later I heard it wouldn't be attached to the minutes because I hadn't gone in person. So I don't know if you've ever had this discussion, but I think if this is the policy, you must appear in person or your comments won't be in the report. I think the public should know that. Thank you. And I really enjoyed watching the goal-setting meeting.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for your public comment. And I believe that we could clarify what the policy is and actually post it on CCIN instead of discussing it now. Is that possible?
It is. CCIN is public record.
So the policy for how items are attached to the staff report if somebody isn't present for the meeting?
Not to the staff report, but to the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, Judy has an answer to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And Councilmember Nash has something to say.
Excuse me. So Judy, you'll pull something to basically just do the same thing that was done with the public comments to with the minutes for the goal setting. Did I understand that? No. Okay, let me rephrase it then. Is it possible the way that public comment was synthesized into a short phrase, if we could do that for the emails? I don't think there were that many, and I think that, I would even be happy to do it if need be.
Well, so emails will be included in the minutes if they are presented during the meeting. And that's true for anything presented at a meeting. That's the way you get them attached to the minutes.
Okay.
Now, in the instance for goal setting, there were people who just sent emails and did not
Correct.
attend. Those would not be included in the minutes.
Okay, and that needs to be a policy change, or that is not ever done?
Well, I think what I was trying to say is they are part of the public record. CCIN is part of the public record. We don't need to duplicate it to the minutes.
Well, I actually would, I often go back to prior minutes at this point while I'm still, anyway, and I don't go back to CCIN. I occasionally will do a search, but very honestly, it's so difficult on our website as it currently exists, which I don't need to, that I just rely on minutes. So that's why it would be helpful, as far as I'm concerned, to actually have it just in the actual minutes, which...
For goal setting only, or for every minute?
Well, I'm specifically talking right now for goal setting because of the way...
yes. There's a significant difference in the scope of work that would take.
For goal setting.
Right, right.
So I have a follow-up question.
If it's... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, if council's directing me to include CCIN goal-setting emails in the minutes, I can do that. If it's something that is council's expecting the minutes to go forward, then that would be a different endeavor.
No. I'm just talking, I'm strictly, yeah, okay.
Okay. And to, a follow-up question is, whomever submitted a letter at goal setting is already a part of the minutes. Okay, thank you.
We could also run this issue by the council subcommittee on procedures and policies.
Okay.
And bring that back.
Okay, thank you. That's a great idea. And we are adjourned.
Well,
it's 11 o'clock.
Are we?
We continued J2,
Yes.
or I2.
No.
It's J2?
J2. I'm talking
and
information
K1
items.
and K2.
Okay.
Please. Yes, and I'm really sorry, Councilmember Nash, that I...
Well, can I just ask this question? I mean, K1 and K2 are just information items. Is it really necessary to continue them? I mean, and K1 is just the future city council agenda topics.
Can I make two comments? One on K1 and one on K3?
To the mayor. No. Okay.
Okay. Well, give me 30 seconds.
Can Councilmember Nash have 30 seconds to continue her comments? Are we all in agreement? I see, okay. I see yes.
So,
absolutely.
On the city council agendas, I would like to propose adding a separate column to each agenda item, which relates it back to what it is on the work plan. And this would be in the future, but that we just start adding a column so that we know whether it's a city council priority work plan, an appeal, state-mandated reporting, a business need, or why we are scheduling this, so that it actually keeps us more on task. This has been a suggestion from several speakers in the past, and so that's my comment for that. My comment for K3 is that I'm concerned about that the calendar is pushing the dates of our CIP and of some of our goal setting out long enough that we're going to have limited staff resources potentially working on items that will no longer be prioritized once we get through that exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash, and the meeting. Just follow up from Deputy City Attorney,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Murphy.
much for giving me one more minute. Just for K2, that's going to be coming back on the 25th. It's a regular business item. So I just want to be clear about that. It won't show up as an info item. It will show up as a regular business item. Great.
Thank you. Last call. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.